How could you not like E-Boy Wheeler? And by that, I mean it was just a 32-year-old man that had the hood on his sweater all the way up. Anywho, I'm playing nothing. I'm not playing any Magic today. I'm doing a very chill hangout and update my cube stream and potentially make a whole other cube. I have this cube. It's called the One Drop Cube. You may have seen it on the Friday Night Paper Fight over at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun. If you haven't seen that, go watch that VOD. It's fucking great. It was a lot of fun. This cube was a lot of fun to build. This cube was a lot of fun to play. And it felt great getting to update it for the first time in God knows how long. I want to say the first time I built this cube and played it was in like 2014, before Kiefer and I got married, but we were still together, but we weren't married yet. So it's been a hot minute, and that required a lot of updating. This is the 360 card version of the cube, which means that it's perfect for drafting with 8 people. That uses the entirety of the cube. That said, sometimes it's cool to have a bigger cube, a bigger pool of cards to pull from. And so I wanted to make this into a 540 cube, or add an additional 180 cards to the cube. I have already kind of crunched the numbers on how I want to do this. And yes, I do all of my number crunching in notepads. This is likely, you know, if Kiefer and I like shared like a PC, like the house computer or whatever, like it's the early 2000s again. I imagine this would be the number one thing that would frustrate him, is because my fucking desktop is just littered with text, like .txt. I do it for everything. And sometimes I categorize them. Sometimes I just let them fly, you know? It's, I Google Doc too, and I make spreadsheets when they're appropriate. I mean, I do that for a lot of stuff. But this is, oh, Rathu, you're kind of in the way right now, honey. Yeah, this is what I do. So initially, this is my my like table napkin math or paper napkin math of like, here are the percentages I'm looking to hit of like X% of creatures, each color. And then crunching how many cards of each color there were in the cube. So, for instance, for the 360 card version of the cube, there are 55 55 hamburgers, 55 hamburgers, 55 hot dogs, 55 pizzas. There are 55 white, blue, black, red, and green cards. There are 12 multicolored cards, 35 colorless cards, and 38 land cards. Now, this might look a little different from what the Moxfield account has here. That's for one main reason, is that there are not many 1-mana multicolored cards. And the ones that are there, there's not a huge amount of ones that are actually playable. This is one of the things where I'm a little like kind of bummed out, because obviously playing with gold cards is pretty fun, but also I guess for the sake of flexibility, the fact that we have 10 hybrid cards here is kind of cute. But you notice that there's 55 blue cards here. The additional 2 blue cards in my original kind of rundown are Captive Weird, which is a flip card from Mum that has a red activation. Admittedly, it's a red Phyrexian activation, so this one was a little weak. But I was like, a 1/3? Like, maybe this card... I think this card's actually pretty good. But maybe it's closer to like an Izzet card than not, I think. And then Elusive Otter being an adventure card. Again, one that you can play... You could just play this card as a 1-mana 1/1 prowess with that ability. But you get the most out of this card by using the adventure, or you can play this with just the adventure, or because this is a 1-drop cube and splashing for another color is pretty easy, you can kind of treat it as like it's like this cube's version of like a green blue deck splashing red for Minsk and Boo, you know? Or like a green-red deck splashing blue for Oko in Vintage Cube, or splashing Othari. It has that kind of vibe, is that it's just like, well, you can play one part of it, and then while you likely need another part to cash in for the full like value of the card, you're likely going to find that through the course of a game if it goes longer. Now my kettle is boiling, so excuse me for 1 second. I'll keep this in front of you. Or we can keep up this cool text document and you can read into this, because I'm going to explain. I got more explaining to do.
Eggs! E-double-G-S eggs!
Okay. Root Potato, welcome back for the 57th month. How you doing? How you been? Did you know 57 isn't Prime? Damn. That fucking sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. And Honey Jack back for the 21st month. Chair stream. Hey, I'm here now. Just had to, get things going. Now, Asthenius, are you saying wondering why Memory Sleuth instead over Una's Gate Warden? Does Gate Warden slow things slow down too much? Fuck me, okay. Una's Gate Warden's not that exciting of a magic card. That's probably why. I mean, we can... how do I... like... Blue-black 2/1 Flying Defender Wither. It's just like dies to everything. It's not a super exciting card to play or to draft, and frankly, I don't think it'll see play. Mill is. I mean, Mill's kind of cool. It's nice to have an alternate win con in a cube like this. It's one where you can fuel your own graveyard as well, right? It's target player. For those that don't know, it's a hybrid Dimir sorcery. Target player mills top 4 cards of their library. And then it has Conspire. So as you cast it, you can tap 2 untapped creatures you control to copy that. So one of the recurring things about this particular cube is that if you just played a bunch of 1-mana cards that had an effect and then that's it, it would be pretty boring, right? But having cards with kicker and flashback or reinforce or both activated abilities or ways to modify them by taking additional steps helps stretch out the value of these cards, right? And so Conspire is kind of cool because it's a card where you can get a shitload of value off of this. Like, there are some other mill cards at 1 that I might add more of, but I didn't for a couple reasons. One, I didn't want mill to be too good if you drafted it, because I think it might actually be kind of hot. Like, the mill cards you get at 1 are very powerful, right? Ruin Crab, Hedron Crab, Merfolk's Secret Keeper. I mean, even stuff like Overwhelmed Apprentice. Does this version, did I put in Tome Scour? Stream of Thought? Like, there's a lot of pretty powerful cards here to mill people out, right? And 2, in addition to like kind of holding back for mill on the first iteration, the other 1 mana mill cards are fucked. Like increasing confusion is like, look at this card. X and a blue, they mill X cards, and if it's flashback, they mill twice that. This card just kills people dead. It's unbelievable. Thought Scour, did I put Thought Scour in here? I think I cut Thought Scour for a careful study because I wanted more discard effects going on to synergize with like Blazing Root Walla, Basking Root Walla. There are some Madness. Is there another Madness card in here? Maybe there's no Obsessive Search. Yeah, there's some room too. Like there are a bunch of cards when we get to actually adding the cards and looking at them. There are some of them that are going to be pretty straightforward, but I am all for taking recommendations or like suggestions. And there are some cards that people have suggested outside of this stream, like Shaper's Sanctuary was suggested by Pywo, and I like the idea of adding Shaper's Sanctuary to here. For those that don't know, it's a 1-man enchantment that says whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, you can draw a card. So this is a card that can be played as a way to fight against some of the repeatable removal, right? That can pop up, like the Dark Blast, Curse Scroll, Chris Mage, Magus of the Scroll, whatever. Like this gives green a way to try and churn through and overwhelm your opponent, which I think is pretty cool. I'm not going to talk. Actually, I could spend a little time talking about it too. So one thing I don't want people to necessarily do is if they have watched the Cube video, the VOD, then I don't want you to necessarily use that as it's just one stream with 4 people who are not familiar with what's going on, and we didn't see the entirety of the cube. We didn't see, nobody drafted white basically, and so it may have made certain cards look powerful and potentially oppressive. I don't think they were that even cards like Dark Blast or the Scrolls, I don't think they're necessarily oppressive, but I'm okay if they're incredibly powerful, because then it incentivizes you to play cards or draft cards that will potentially give you an out to that, right? Or to sideboard, because it's so easy to splash a color or swap a color potentially. If you're struggling with Curse Scroll, Dark Blast, that kind of stuff, like there are going to be X creatures with higher toughness that you might want to emphasize drafting, or more artifact destruction, or stuff like Shaper's Sanctuary. Yeah, very small sample size, can't really make an informed decision, but you can take a look at what's going on and being like, okay, well, like Graham getting ran over by Dark Blast in that game, and it's like I looked at his deck and it's like, well, yeah, dude, you drafted the like infinite 1/1s deck. Ancestral Recall might actually find a home in the 540. I don't know. It's one that I don't necessarily want. It's kind of funny to like draft it and just be like, oh, holy shit, I drafted Ancestral Recall. You do have access to Ancestral Visions, which is kind of fun, but it's something where I don't want it to show up every single time, Oh, Soul Ring's already in here. Soul Ring is great. Soul Ring's very funny because it doesn't actually do anything to like cast most of the cards that you're playing, aside from the X spells or paying for kicker costs. But it does have a lot of game with, the things that scale and activated abilities and certainly equipment and all that. Yeah, so there's some cool stuff. Is Lone Line in this? It is, and thank you for bringing up another point, AMC, to get me back on track. The breakdown I have here is obviously just me. I threw this shit together. and was just like, yes, okay. This is what I want. This is about the average for a kind of cube of this power level that I'm looking to play. And then when I expanded the cube to fit 540, I also considered a couple of cards that were not originally counted as multicolor. Notice that this says 12 multicolored cards, which, like I mentioned, are going to be the 10 gold cards here, plus Elusive Otter and Captive Weird. But realistically, Loam Lion, Curd Ape, I have them in front of me. I had them out. I was looking at them. Like Loam Lion, Curd Ape, Dig Up, Warden. Oh fuck! Did I do a check for that? I did. Okay. Woo. All right. You'll have to excuse me. Loam Lion, Frodo, Sauron's Bane, Sunblade Elf, Dig Up, Warden of the First Tree, and Curd Ape are all being treated as multicolored cards because, you know, Curd Ape, technically you can play it in mono red, but you're not going to play it in mono red. Same with Warden of the First Tree. Sunblade Elf, you could probably get around to splashing, but again, same thing. Dig Up, you could play as a mono green card, but it's not that exciting. Frodo could be mono white because the first activated ability of Frodo is hybrid white black. But obviously, you want to go the whole distance, you know? Computer, stop. There's no Wild Nacatl in it yet, but notice how we're only adding a single multicolored card here? That might just be Wild Nacatl. If I can find additional multicolored cards to add, then we can add some more, right? I mean, that's cool. Also, I saw someone, where'd you go? Somebody actually, historical perspective. Somebody, were you the individual that Discorded me a very long a list of suggestions? I'm not going to dox you on camera by doing this. Okay, great. I haven't read, I got your message. I saw the message. I did not look at the list because I kind of want to make, I mean, that's part of the fun of a cube, right? Is I like taking advantage of my familiarity with most of the cards in the game and also where they can show up. And yeah, I haven't taken a look at it yet, but I'm likely going to take a look at it after the stream and be like, oh shit, I forgot this, and then make further tweaks. Now, if you'll excuse me, I got to get my tea. Guess who has tea? Got a big old pot of tea. Ooh, you want some tea ASMR? Here. Did that even work? Did that pick up? Immediately spills tea over a bunch of cards. Okay. Yeah, we could add more multicolored stuff. Like, instead of 22. Ooh. What if I were to purchase fast food? This might be, multicolored might be a little tough to hit. Lumberjack is not in the queue, but we could add Lumberjack. Okay, let me keep track of these multicolored creatures that are not actually multicolored creatures. Yeah, Lumberjack might be a little too fucked up, but I do like Orcish Lumberjack. I kind of love that card. Okay, but that aside, unless we're making stuff on the fly, what do we got here? So I have 82 white cards, 82 hamburgers. I have 82 of the Wooburg cards. Currently have 22 multicolored, 50 colorless, and 58 lands. I have a couple of potential concerns is the amount of colorless cards I have, but there's a lot of additional colorless cards that we can add that are relatively easy to throw in, you know? Like honestly, every Loon and Scimitar variant could probably get in here. Yeah, this is posted on my Mox field, but it also will be, I mean, I could just post it in chat right now. Yeah, Colossus Hammer. Oh my god. I don't know if I'm going Colossus Hammer deep, although that is kind of funny. There are certain cards that I skipped over because they just felt kind of boring, which is also worth mentioning. Like Fatal Push is one that gets brought up. What does Fatal Push do? It's just 1 mana, kill anything, no questions asked. And I don't like that. There's not really like a question behind whether or not you can cast this. Isolate's a cool one I did think about including, but also, you know, it's cool when you look at it because you're like, oh my god, nobody can play Isolate. Like, nobody's playing Isolate except for here. And then Isolate is just like, oh. Like, it's just, it kills everything. So yeah, we got stuff that we can add. You can slide back in the saddle on some of these suggestions because we'll get there when we get there, you know. Minor Misstep is the same thing? No. Minor Misstep and Mental Misstep. Mental Misstep countering only things that cost 1, Minor Misstep costing 1 and less, doesn't really play well against X spells, which is interesting because if you're holding up these reactive cards and playing reactive cards in your deck, then the like, haha, I'm going to cast like Jadelight Spelunker for 3. It ends up being terrifying, right? So yeah. I do like Gerard's Battlecry. That card's great. It's 1 mana enchantment from Tempest that you just like pump mana in to pump your team. Pest Infestation was another card that I excluded due to power level. Like that card is wild. That card is just so good, and I don't actually know how many tools there are available that can deal with it. You know? Yeah. Have I thought about the Odyssey eggs? They feel a little unnecessary. I would rather play Chromatic Sphere or Chromatic Star. If you were looking for these like, you know, artifacts that can help filter and draw you a card and whatnot. But I don't think you need that. I think the fixing's pretty good. You know, maybe like having 2 of them is not the worst thing, but I think the fix is pretty good. So I'm looking to aim for 54 white creatures total, which means we're adding an additional 21 creatures in white. And you'll notice that some of these asterisks floating around, That's because excluding the cards that I'm swapping, right? Excluding the cards that I'm swapping into the multicolor category, we should be adding 27 cards per color. And white had 2 cards, the Frodo and Loam Lion, which are now being treated as multicolored. So 21 white creatures and 8 white non-creatures. And then we're adding 9 blue creatures to make it 31 blue creatures in total, and 18 non-creature blue cards to be got up to 51. 48 creatures in black, so we're adding 18. 34 non-creatures in black, so we're adding 9. 40 creatures in red, we're adding 14. Again, this denoting Curd Ape. And 42 non-creatures, so we're adding another 14. Nice even little chop there. We're going up to 60 creatures in green. This one I might be a little, I'll see how many non-creatures I want to fit into green, but green having creatures is its whole jam, right? That's the whole point. And Lord knows I'm going to put in Rogue Elephant and like Scythe Tiger. So getting additional, I might just have some extra room for these big dumpy creatures. Scythe Tiger, another great addition for fighting. Another great addition for fighting. What's its nuts? Dark Blast and the Scrolls. 1 mana 3/2 with Shroud. When it ETBs, you sacrifice it unless you sacrifice a land. That's kind of funny. Do I count creatures with off-color kickers as like Pixie Illusionist? That I'm not sure, because Pixie Illusionist and in the cube, Urborg Repossession, those cards are just like good. They're fine. Like playing a 1 mana 1/1 flyer in the cube that you can throw on a Curious Obsession or whatever seems pretty okay to me. And Urborg Repossession just being like a raised dead is also good to me. They're not inherently, they're kind of close to like Frodo and Friends, so maybe they should be considered multicolor. If that's the case, then we can make some adjustments to this. Yeah, as I said, there's only 22 multicolored cards here, so we'd only be adding 1 after we make all the swaps, but I think we should change this. I think multicolored cards are fun. If I had to pick a number out of just like pulling one out of my head, especially with some of the considerations people mentioned, I got to imagine we are going to be cooking at like, I don't know, 35? We could probably get up to 35 if we added more off-color kickers and off-color considerations like Orcish Lumberjack and Friends. But I will kind of be tracking those separately from the other cards. And then colorless, again, we have 50 colorless cards in total. This could probably go down. Like, we could even chop this right here, right now. We could go down to... If I strip 10 from here, like if I go down to 80, we could go like 80 per color. So that gives us 10. So it puts us up to the count of 32. And then we could chop 3. We could chop 3 lands to go 55. So then we have 80, 80, 80, 80. 30, 35, 50, 55. That's kind of clean. I think I like that a little bit more than what we have. Now this is going to be the classic, not the most thorough way of doing this, but that's part of Cube. It's also on vibes. You got to make changes based on vibes. So if I'm chopping 2 per, what did I say again? 2 per, so that gets us up to 32, which gives us 11. And then 3 lands over here. So 55, which makes us plus 17, which gets this to 35, which gets this to 14. And then we have to cut 2 from each of the colored sections here. So we could just do 1 creature, 1 non-creature per. Or we could do 2 creatures from some of them. Like if we go, I think 50, yeah, just 1 per is actually just fine. 27 and then that buffs us down to plus 20 and plus 7. There's no rules in cube. I mean, you're not wrong. I kind of want to cut, I mean, I could just do 1 and 1. 30 blue creatures seems kind of wild to me, but blue's an interesting one. I actually found out that there was who was it? Glenn Jones had a 1-drop cube that from like 2016, I want to say 2016, maybe 2015-ish era, and was mentioning like blue being the worst color, and that was wild. But I guess blue, the color, the card quality for blue has increased drastically, right? I haven't adjusted this, right? Did I adjust this? Fuck. Plus 8 creatures, and then that means that we would have 32. So this is plus 18. Right? Did I do this right? Fuck. Right? We have 55 blue cards in total, which means we're adding 25 blue cards to get up to an even 80. We're going from 22 creatures to 30, so we're plus 8 cards, plus 8 creatures, which means that we would have 33 spells, and we're going up to 50, so it's, no, 17. Yeah, it was right before. I just wasn't sure if I had adjusted this or not. Black, we can go 47, 33, plus 17, plus 8. No, I need it to be plus 9 because then we're moving Urborg Repossession over. Right. Which means that we are plus 13 multicolored cards. And then I might actually remove 2 red creatures. Just make it 38. Because I don't really want to add a goblins package or anything here. I think that's fine. I like keeping the red non-creature count high because there's some pretty cool red non-creature spells that actually make threats. That's another thing. I haven't counted realistically, this should be threat and non-threat. And then the threat should include stuff like the Genjus or any card that can create pressure, like devastating summons and whatnot. I'm not doing that, but that's okay. Again, it doesn't have to be a perfect system. I think for green, we can just do 59 and 21 because I'd like to add wild growth, like maybe wild growth and Utopia Sprawl. But I think that's fine. Now we just have to see whether or not 50 colorless cards is too many. I could see this going down to 45 and then this going up to 60 lands actually. 45, 60 lands. Which means that we have to cut 5 here, which I would cut from this, so it would be 39, and then that would be plus 7. Maybe that's too many. We don't need that many lands. 55. The mana is already so good. I'm just going to change it back. Shit. 55 plus 17, that's still right. That is going to be 32 plus 15. 3. Is there no giant growth in green? No, there was just other pump spells. Yeah, there was just a lot of pump spells. That's cool. Who doesn't like pump spells? Who doesn't like pump spells? Okay. I think this is better. We made some adjustments. I think this works. Yeah. We move that over to that. That's okay. I think my stuff is in order. God bless the notepad. All right, now we get to the part where everybody has fun because they get to yell at the camera for a bunch of cards that are getting added. Oh. Hello. All right, now we get to start adding creatures. So, reminder, I am looking to add 20 white creatures in total. I should actually... Let's see. Does anybody have... Where's my deck list? Can somebody drop my deck list so I don't have to... Thank you. I might as well make a deck list command. Oh, fuck, I'm just doing this anyways. Edit com deck one drop cube. Suggestions for a package. You just want to add a bunch of life gain cards? Why? I do like some of these cards. But I don't know how well some of these are going to play outside of the package. Daru Mender, the like regeneration morph. Yeah, that's a cool choice. Okay. Yeah, when you're making suggestions, make sure to double check that it's not already in the list. And then also, I'm aiming for, you know, like cool add-ons, right? Like stuff that would play into the overall theme of the cube or take it, you know, stretch the value of them as a card, right? Like Boros Elite. There are a lot of one drops. You can build a pretty aggressive deck that can just go, you know, Boros Elite into 2 other one drops and you can start attacking with a bunch of stuff, which is kind of cool. I think I'm going to actually write down Boros Elite. Opal Caryatid, cool. That would be considered a non-creature, even though it is, you know, a threat. Gonna have this in front of me too, because sometimes I can't remember if I put the card in here or if it was in a previous version and then got cut. I know Boros Elite isn't in here. Forge Tender's not in here. Forge Tender might be okay. Burinton Forge Tender. Chicken Tendies is one that I like having in here because, again, it's unlikely somebody's going to be monocolored, and white green has a package of loading up on creatures, and so it's kind of cool that you could just throw a Rancor on this. Slumbering Keep Guard. Slumbering Keep Guard. What? There are also some cards that I'm a little worried, like maybe power level might not necessarily be my biggest concern, but the, like, I don't want people to get ran over, right? These are one drops. Like, again, Boros Elite I'm willing to consider because it's cool. It's a 1-mana 1/1 that then becomes a 3/3, which is great. But I don't want people to, you know, like Code Spell Cleric. It sounds weird to say, but Code Spell Cleric and the Monk of the Open Hand are ones where I'm like, I don't know if I want to see these cards in here. They're also just like not super interesting because they're just a ball of stats, you know? Dauntless Bodyguard is one that could probably get in here. There are a bunch of different ways of killing things. Devoted Caretaker. This is a good one. 1-mana 1/2. You can pay a white, tap, target permanent you control gains protection from instants and sorceries until the end of this turn. Devoted Caretaker is a pretty cool card. I'm writing down the ones that I'm considering on a deck builder, and then we'll look at them and talk about whether or not which ones we want to cut, you know. Doom Traveler. Seems like an easy add here. Do I have a link to the list? Exclamation mark deck. Second version of a card already in there. Novice Inspector. I mean, when Novice Inspector gets released, I'm going to include Novice Inspector. That's for sure. Like, I could just play Elite Vanguard. I think I have Savannah Lions in here, right? No, I'm just thinking about... I'm thinking about Chandelar. There are a bunch of different Savannah Lions we could have. Favored Hoplite's another one I want to play. Again, when the cards are just like a stat line. Oh, thank you. When the cards are a stat line, it's just a stat line. It's not super exciting. Gideon's Lawkeeper. I only have Giant Killer in here, but I kind of like Gideon's Lawkeeper and what's the other one? There's a 1-mana Gold Medal Harrier. 2/1 Pro Multicolor, Soldier of the Pantheon. Pro Multicolor is a little hard to sell because it's just so like useless a lot of the time. Ooh, I like Hasda Marshal. Hasda Marshal's kind of a cool ad. Is Kithian not in here? I thought I had Kithian in here. Oh no, did I? Why did I cut Kithian? Kithian. Brew of Akros. Yeah, Kithian should be in here. So I think Hopeful Initiate's in here. Yeah, Hopeful Initiate's in there. Herald is in here. I could add Hunted Witness. Ooh, Kitesail Cleric. Yeah. Because Kitesail Cleric has Kicker, right? Yeah, kick it. You can tap 2 things. It's kind of hot. Call Me the False Hope. I Call Me the False Hope and Call Me the False Hope and whatchamacallit, Spore Frog are kind of funny. I think they might slow down the game a little too much for me to really want. I could put Kitesail Apprentice in here. It's not currently in the list. Kitesail Apprentice is the 1-mana 1/1 that gets +1/+1 and flying when equipped, because we're about to add a bunch more equipment. We already have some cards that care about equipment with like Core Duelist. Leonin Vanguard's kind of interesting. This is a life gain. This is a card that is more interesting for life gain for me. And same with Sarah Ascendant. Like if you're adding... Like, if I'm adding a life... This is the problem with adding a life gain package, is that it is just so tough to get... oh my god, Law Rune Enforcer. It's tough to just get a whole bunch of cards. Like, that's a lot of cards getting added. I would rather reinforce certain themes that are already there, right? Like, taking the green-white Glade Cover Scout Slippery Bogle package and just like expanding it to having more equipment and more and then if we're adding more equipment, like more equipment makes that green-white package of like load up on a Bogle better, but also makes these, hey, if you have equipment cards, do a thing, which is also pretty good. Speaker of the Heavens. Oh, the 1-mana 1/1. Big Mike's in here. Mum's in here. Skrelv could probably get in here. Skrelv's kind of interesting. I do worry that Skrelv doesn't actually accomplish what you want it to accomplish. Although I had Skrelv in here initially and then cut it because I didn't want to have toxic cards for Paul. Olenbach Escort's kind of neat. Progenitor Exarch, I'm a little worried that this card is just too good. Like, you're realistically only playing this as a I mean, J-Light Spelunker, you're only playing as an X, right? I mean, if you're desperate for a 1-mana 1/1. But like, this card is a 3-mana 1/2 that makes 3... Or it makes another 3/3? Incubate 3 X times. So if you do it for 3 mana, you get the 1/2 and a 3/3. If you do it for 5 mana, you get 2 3/3s and a 1/2. That's kind of fucked. Oh, I love Planar Guide. Yeah, I played the shit out of it. I mean, I owned this card and I played a 1 of Planar Guide. So I guess I didn't play the shit out of it. I just played it more than most people. Sacred Cat's kind of interesting. Do I have the dog in here? Selfless Savior? No. Let's add Selfless Savior. I'm not adding a huge amount of flyers in here. I have some of them. Sky Marcher Aspirant is in here because it's a flyer, but also it's a Savannah Alliance that is actually kind of interesting. Segovian Angel. I have Snubhorn Sentry in here. Slumbering Keep Guard. Soltari Foot Soldier is just not really interactive. This card is fucked. Spur Mage Advocate. Unfortunately, not able to play this in the cube because, you know, giving them 1-drops is not super exciting. Student of Warfare is already in the cube. Somebody mentioned Survivor of Colorless, but this is just like not super interesting to me. Sunscape Apprentice, there's a whole cycle of apprentices that I don't hate, but I am a little worried about that taking up multicolored slots. Like, I'll write it down. Sunscape Apprentice. The apprentices are kind of interesting. Big Dog. It's a 1/2 that turns into a 4/3. Big Dog. Toolcraft Exemplar is kind of neat. Oh, Topplegeist is pretty cool. Yeah, can I see do I want Topplegeist? Town Gossipmonger actually is kind of hot. Town Gossipmonger. Becoming a 2/3, attacks each combat if able. Has a mana sink. Town Gossipmonger, huh? Warden of the Inner Sky. This card's got to be okay, right? This card's got to be cracked. Warden of the Inner Sky. Sell me on Topplegeist, chat. Sell me on Topplegeist. I like Topplegeist. It's a little ghost. That's cool. You know, the cuteness of this card has definitely lost some value given the artist. It's not the bargaining chip it used to be. And how dare I? Look, I'm just saying. Not to mention, is Delirium on a white card really that great? Like, if you're like a white, like white's identity in this cube is making it difficult for your opponent to kill your stuff and also just like overrunning people, right? Then having a couple of pretty powerful removal spells as well. How many naturalized effects are there in the cube? There's a fair amount. For the record, the 1-drops that I have currently are Boros Elite. I don't know why it's set up like this. Boros Elite, Burnton Forge Tender, Warden of the Wall. Oh, I don't have my soundboard up. I can't even do this bit. Boros Elite, Burnton Forge Tender, Dauntless Bodyguard, Devoted Caretaker, which if I'm adding Bodyguard and Selfless Savior, I don't actually know if I want Caretaker. So Dauntless Bodyguard, Doom Traveler, Favored Hoplite, Gideon's Lawkeeper, Gold Medal Harrier, Hasda Marshal, Kite Sail Apprentice, Kithian, Selfless Savior, Warden of the Inner Sky. So I guess I have 8 more stuff that 8 more things that I can use. I'm enraptured by this Town Gossip Monger. I like this card. I'm gonna add Town Gossip Monger. Could play Soldier of the Pantheon as just a Savannah Lions. Standard Bearer. Oh, the like poop out 1/1s. It's a bit pricey. It's a little bit pricey. Warden feels too good. Yeah, it's pretty strong. It's nice that the ability can only be used as a sorcery. And like, as we are adding these cards, there's also more removal that's going to get added, which is nice. I don't know. I'm okay adding a creature that goes tall and is strong, because it gets big, but it's also not the fastest thing in the world. And that's okay, you know? That's, I want people to be able to play with their draft deck, you know? Steinbunder Familiar. I beg your pardon. Steinbunder Familiar. Steadfast Unicorn might actually be an interesting card. Oh, Stonebinder, right. Steinbinder. Is Legion's Landing too good? I was a little worried about that being too good because there's currently no way to interact with lands, and I don't know if I necessarily want them. I read a pretty interesting part when I found out Glenn Jones had a similar cube, that he didn't have creature lands. I initially had creature lands in my cube. But I had the OG creature lands, just the like spawning pool, get to encampment and friends, and Mistress Factory, Mutavault, that kind of thing. But didn't add the dual land ones because, you know, the mana is already pretty fucking good. Mardu Hateblight. This card doesn't do anything, right? It's just like a 1-mana 1/2. Am I vroom zooming through this category? I feel like Sacred Cat could probably get in here. Everybody loves Sacred Cat. Although Sacred Cat, I would prefer it be another like Hunted Witness kind of card. I mean, it could just be Hunted Witness actually. The bat's already in there. That bat's already loaded up. Get in the Nova Cleric. Nyxborn Shieldmate's kind of interesting. Although, like, I have Hopeful Eidolon. This one's a little poopy. Maybe it's fine. Again, it's just like, it's probably not going to be a first pick or anything. But it's kind of nice. It gives people a little more game to play. Laharoon Enforcer is kind of hilarious because I have Gold Medal Harrier and the Gideon's Lawkeeper, which are both worse than Laharoon Enforcer. And I think that's okay. Like, maybe I should play Laharoon. We could actually save space because we already have Giant Killer. How many of these do I actually need? Do I need to save space, though? This is another interesting thing, is that, like, look, I have a quota to make. And effectively, Laharoon Enforcer, Gideon's Lawkeeper, and Gold Medal Harrier are going to be the exact same card. Even if this card is just better, in a way, because it uses colorless mana to activate, and it has a second point of toughness, right? Oh, wait, no, this is the reverse one. I'm thinking of the other one. Yeah, this is the one that doesn't do anything. I'm thinking of the Dune Caster. Whatever the hell the Dune Shaper. Yeah, I do have AirPods in. I haven't even put on my music yet. This was supposed to be throw on some chill music. I gotta tell you, I watched a TikTok that featured an AI cover of Iris by the Goo Goo Dolls, sung by Homer Simpson. Now I can't fucking get the Goo Goo Dolls out of my head. Take that how you want. But you know. Leon and Vanguard might actually be pretty interesting. Gideon's Lawkeeper, Old Meadow Harrier, back in. Could play Laguna Band Trailblazer. I like the heroic package. Play some of these banding cards. I already have you. I have this. I have the Hoplite now. I have a Doom Traveler. We could add a Hunted Witness. Also, I think I missed a couple of people subscribing. Sorry, my setup is different now. Oh yeah, Beard Witch back for the 11th month, or no, for the 20th month, excuse me. This was 11 minutes ago. Dude, I'm so hyped for the stream, going back and watching the chunk I missed after. Glad of it. Yeah, I mean, I like these kind of streams. They're chill, they're laid back. They're in the cut. This Healer's Hawk might be sick. I kind of like the idea of the evasive creature that I add in white. There's currently no Suntail Hawks in white. But if I add one, it's either Kitesail Cleric, which has the kicker add-on, or it's Healer's Hawk, which, you know, Healer's Hawk with like a Bone Splitter is pretty sick. Salami Superstar for the 16th month, from content creator to cube creator. I mean, hey, I was a cube creator before I was a content creator. Ooh. These morph cards aren't that bad. I like this. This card is actually kind of fucked. I talked about this on Shivam Wheeler Love Magic. Frontline Strategist is a 1-mana 1/1 morph for a single white. When it's turn face up, you prevent all combat damage non-soldiers would deal this turn. Like, that's pretty huge. And it's the fact that you can play it as a 3-mana 2/2 is kind of nice, right? It's big. A 2/2 is a reasonable stat line. And then just like, oops, fog. And it's a one-time fog, right? It doesn't have the same like repeatable kind of loop with Spore Frog and all that. Oh, Kuro, what up? How you doing? Oh, thank you for the raid. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Welcome, folks. We are updating a cube of mine. My 1-drop cube. The list can be seen in chat. We played it recently on a Loading Ready Run stream, and I'm expanding it so that I have a 360 card version and a 540 card version. I kind of like Frontline Strategist because it is a... Where else am I going to get to play it? Oh, this isn't the one I'm thinking of. There's another tapper. I hope you had a good stream, though. Hope you had a good stream. Ooh. Arcbound Javelineer. A full party. Probably not happening. Benevolent Bodyguard. Bushi Tenderfoot. You know, if there was ever a time to include Bushi Tenderfoot in a deck or in a cube, it's now. We could also add Champion of the Parish. There's a lot of humans. Actually, Champion of the Parish is a good add. Champion of the Parish. Now I'm looking at soldiers and kind of prioritizing them. Oh, Death Speakers. I wanted to add Death Speakers. Unironically. 1-mana 1/1 pro black. I already have Deathblade Elite. Okay, I need one more card. Do I want Sunscape Apprentice? If I can get one more card, ideally a soldier. Death Speaker's immune to Dark Blast. Oh, the Devoted Retainer? Why are you a cleric? I know your name is literally Kitesail Cleric, but... Put a Keldoran Javelineer? A second Acacian Javelineers. It's probably Leonin Vanguard. Huh? Or Loyal Pegasus would be cool. I think I want Leonin Vanguard, though. Yeah. Or maybe Monk of the Open Hand. Maybe I'm just wrong. Gythian's in here. Yeah, Hopeful Initiate's in here now. Is there a Bestow Soldier? No. Or there is, but it's already going to be added. Yeah, to run back what we are currently adding. Boros Elite, Burton Forge Tender, Bushi Tenderfoot, Champion of the Parish, Dauntless Bodyguard, Death Speakers, Doomed Traveler, Favored Hoplite, Frontline Strategist, Gideon's Lawkeeper, Gold Medal Harrier, Hasda Marshal, Hunted Witness, Kitesail Apprentice, Kithian, Nyxborn Shieldmate, Selfless Savior, Town Gossipmonger, and Warden of the Inner Sky. Abu Jafar, 1 mana, 0/1, blows up a thing. If it blocks or becomes oh no, are you a 1/1? 1 mana, 1/1 that when it blocks or becomes blocked, you destroy the other one. Or it's an 0/1. It is a fucking 0/1. When it dies, destroy all creatures blocking or blocked by it. Yeah. I would reckon I've cast more Abu Jafars in the Lord's year 2023, 2022, and 2021 than most people. And it's an embarrassing statement to make. Salvage Scout might be kind of cool. 1 mana. Ooh. I mean, am I adding Salvage Scout because it's me? Or am I adding Salvage Scout because it's kind of cool? Novice Knight would be all right if it were, if it were a soldier, I'd be more keen. I guess Novice Knight is kind of a cool build around. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm kind of into Novice Knight. Well, hold on. Guide Mother's already in here. Sacred Cat. My thing with Sacred Cat is that adding a card like this is that you're really hoping to add a card for the Aristocrats kind of deck, like a grindier kind of card. And if we're doing that, I would rather it be on something like Doom Traveler or Hunted Witness, you know? Darumender's another morph. I do love Darumender. And like adding more morphs is very cool. Darumender's the regenerate one. With single white flip up regenerate. I kind of like that too. That's kind of neat. Also, it's got great art. And morphs. Yeah, morph is a cool like, hey, I know you said 1-drops only, but what if I just put this face down? All right, I'm down to add Darumender. Darumender making the cut. Crown of Flames. 1 red enchant creature, pay 1, fire breathing, pay 1, return it to your hand. All right. So for the white creatures being added to the cube, we got Boros Elite, Burton Forge Tender, Bushi Tenderfoot, Champion of the Parish, Darumender, Dauntless Bodyguard, Death Speakers, Doom Traveler, Favorite Hoplite, Frontline Strategist, Gideon's Lawkeeper, Gold Medal Harrier, Hasda Marshal, Hunted Witness, Kitesail Apprentice, Kithian, Nyxborn Shieldmate, Selfless Savior, Town Gossipmonger, and Warden of the Inner Sky. Now we need to. Did I get the stump? What was your stump? Was it Abu Jafar? Because it was. If you also submitted Abu Jafar, you got to tell me. I think these are some pretty sick cards. Which means we're also adding 7 white non-creature spells. So I'm going to go here and do that. 7 white non-creature spells. Which isn't that many. Orm's Chant, please. Sell me on Orm's Chant. Why are we playing this Orm's Chant here? Fog and Silence. Okay. That's just telling me what the card does. Why are we playing Orm's Chant? I like a Johnny's Presence. A Johnny's Presence seems like a cool one. It's a 1 mana card. It has some scaling. Of course it's a 1 mana card, Ben. This is the fucking 1 mana cube. 1 drop that is modal. Yeah, sorry, 1 second. I gotta grab something from downstairs. Don't think it does enough. Orm's Chant doesn't do enough for me. I hate on days when I haven't showered, when my hair, like it's just all the I could probably. Oh. I got that Jimmy Neutron look. Powerful. All right. I kind of like a Johnny's Presence. Authority of the Consuls felt like it might be a bit too oppressive. Might just slow everything down. Also, I saw somebody ask about like non-legal cards, like playtest cards and stuff, and no, I'm good. Actually, I saw a couple of people ask about it. I would rather just play with real Magic cards, you know? Speaking of, Sigarda's Aid and Colossus Hammer. So I don't like that for a couple of reasons. One, Sigarda's Aid loses some strength if we're not, you know, playing these big, like the kind of equipment you get at 1. They're not huge, right? Like they're not providing a boatload of stats or text or anything, but they are enhancing the card in a way that at the power level that this cube has, it's, you know, we're doing something. We're still doing something. And while hammer is just like obviously a big card, then you just like for a 540 card, like the fact that you could have a draft where there's hammer but no Sigarda, that sounds terrible. Also, yeah, L, I saw you mention Inchblade Companion. I like Inchblade Companion. I don't think I'm including Inchblade Companion here. Again, real cards, tournament legal cards. Because who knows? Maybe we go, hey, Daybreak, you want to run a cool cube? Why not play this? The non-creature spells are a little tough. Chain to the Rocks is one that I want to look at for a gold card. Oh, you know what that means. Also, my cat is now on my desk, which makes it chained to the rocks, question mark? I don't need to add question mark. I just need to put this over there. Yeah, it's gonna make typing a little more difficult. Only getting 7 non-creatures, huh? Well, okay. Cleric class is kind of funny. This one is a life gain matters card that I actually don't hate. Apostle Blessing, that's a 2-mana card right there. That right there's a 2-mana card. Yeah, we could play Portable Hole. Could play Change to the On Thin Ice. Oh, important to remind people, all the lands in this cube are snow lands. Ooh, Coalition Flag's kind of fun. Cloud Shift doesn't really work because there aren't a huge amount of powerful ETBs. I don't mind Radiant Grace. Radiant Grace is the one that has everything coming to play tapped. When the enchanted creature dies, it comes back as a curse. Yeah, I like some of the playtest cards. It's more just a case of I want this to be programmable on Magic Online and like legal and also just like real Magic cards. Defensive formation? Oh, this one's just a fucking reader. Rather than the attacking player, you assign combat damage for each creature attacking you. You can divide that creature's combat as you choose among any of the creatures blocking it. Okay. You do the combat math. Now, I only have 7 slots for non-creature spells here. Ooh. Oh, should Divine Deflection just be in this? This is much more interesting than playing Divine Deflection is much more interesting than say whatchamacallit? What's the I don't know, a fog, I guess. Or Empty City Ruse. I see somebody keeps mentioning Empty City Ruse. Harm's Way's already in here, yeah. Elspeth Smite is one that I'm interested in actually playing. Unless I don't think I'm already playing this, right? No, I am playing this. Dusk Rose Reliquary. Yeah. I like that there's more of a cost to using this than Portable Hole. But I kind of like Portable Hole because white actually lacks enchantment destruction. Excuse me, outside of Destructive Hammer. I think I'm going to add Portable Hole. It's just like a really easy thing to look at. It's easy to blow up. Enlightened Tutor is more interesting now, as we're about to add some more stuff, so I think I like adding Enlightened Tutor. Could add Fragmentize. Like, I think the removal that we have is already pretty good. Galadriel's Dismissal. Well, this card's kind of funny. Gaze of Justice. That's like classic Hand of Justice. Target creature phases out, and if this spell was kicked, each creature target player controls phases out. Huh. I like Gerard's Battlecry. I think Gerard's Battlecry is an interesting magic card. I do want another aura in here. Indestructible aura. Yeah, I think Isolate is too good. I want another aura. I have Hyena Umbra. I know there's that Radiant Grace was mentioned, but I'm more... I think I want a little more juice. Don't necessarily want a movable rod, because if I can avoid having dungeons, I will. It's kind of cool. Core Halberd. We're already going to add a bunch of Leonin Scimitars. I think Legion's Landing might actually just be too good, because there's no real land destruction. Like I mentioned, Mana Tithe, I just don't think will actually be playable. I think March is probably too good. Marrow Shards is too narrow. Myth Realized is kind of interesting. I like this card. I don't know if I want to play it, but I like it. Paladin class is kind of funny. Maybe Paladin class is just better than Gerard's Battlecry. Yeah, Paladin class is probably better than Gerard's Battlecry. I like that it just doesn't do anything, or doesn't do that much up front. Excuse me. I don't have Prismatic Ending in here for obvious reasons. Quest for the Holy Relic. No. Ooh, Rafine's Guidance. You can pay it from your graveyard by playing 3. Now, I already have Sentinel's Eyes, and that's much better. This you don't actually have, but you can just like always do this, which is kind of funny. It's kind of boring, though. It's kind of boring. Maybe Ethereal Armor is just the call. I don't have Secure the Waste because this felt too strong. I mean, Ethereal Armor is pretty neat. It could just be adding Ethereal Armor. Swift Reconfiguration's also kind of funny. Don't think I want it, though. Ooh, Testament of Faith. Strength at Arms is kind of a cool pump spell, yeah. +2/+2, and if you have equipment, you gotta make a 1/1. I kind of like that. You're ambushed on the road. Turn target creature you control to your hand. Target creature gets +1/+3. Tell you what. Ooh. Valor of the Worthy. Target creature gets 1/1. When they leave, they get a thing. I'm hoping they don't leave. Unified Strike. This card's wild. Just exiles a 1-mana exile a creature based on the number of soldiers you have. Stand Firm. I actually like Strength of Arms. I think Strength of Arms is a pretty interesting spell. If you're just playing a deck with a bunch of pump spells, you might even just play this because it's there. But, you know, obviously the additional token generation is pretty nice. I'm going to add Ethereal Armor, and I'm willing to think it sucks. I'm going to add Ethereal Armor, and I'm just going to be like, hey, this might suck. So this bumps up the non-creature spells in white that we're adding to Portable Hole, Ethereal Armor, Paladin Class, a Johnny's Presence, Enlightened Tutor, Strength of Arms, and Fragmentize. No Ephemerate or Cloud Shift because they... there's just like not that many good ETBs. You would rather the cards that care about ETBs. Oh, is Portable Hole already in the cube? Oh, it is. Okay, great. Dusk Rose Reliquary. Yeah. Yeah. No. On Thin Ice? No, I'm already adding Chain to the Rocks. I'm likely adding Chain to the Rocks. So what if we just add this Radiant Grace? Because it turns into creatures they control enter the battlefield tapped, which is kind of funny. This helps people against the like lab rats too. Yeah, I'll do that. Oh, we already have the cartouche. Yeah. Word Mail is not a real card. Why don't I like Word Mail? Is Word Mail legal in Vintage? That's why I don't like Word Mail. Okie dokie. Congratulations, everybody. We finished white and we're only 2 hours in. Fuck me. All right, let's do blue. I've got this recorded over here. Worms Chant one time. I'm sorry. Worms Chant is not entering the cube. Blue. Okay, blue's identity in the cube. Blue does a couple of things. It has a lot of mana sinks. It has, I was going to say cheap spells. It has mana sinks. It has disruption. It's kind of the supporting color of the cube. And then it also has like mills and like some flyers that you can play in here, you know? So for blue, we need to add 8 creatures and 17 non-creatures. Benthic Biomancer is a card that I wanted to add. That was just like not there. Benthic Biomancer. Cloudfin Raptor is kind of cool. Thousand Face Shadow is one of these cards where it sounds more exciting than it is. Oh, I do like Artificer's Assistant. Like Thousand Face Shadow is just like, oh, ninjutsu, and it's like, well, you know, you're copying a 1/1. Dacromystic was another one. Dacromystic was a card that I cut because I was a little worried about the power level of Mill. So I'm okay adding Dacromystic here. I think the blue creatures might actually be the most straightforward ones to add. Also, I think this card might be cracked. Drowner Initiate. 1 mana, 1/1. Whenever a player plays a blue spell, you can pay 1 generic. If you do, target player mills 2. Yeah, Gadul Lurker is probably going to get in here. Gadul Lurker is, where are you? 1 mana, 1/1. Megamorph. Can't be blocked. I like adding morphs here. Floodhound, maybe. Hypnotic Siren. Are we ever getting up to 7 mana for Hypnotic Siren? That's so much mana. That's so much mana. K9. I don't have a huge amount of legendary creatures. Jace's Phantasm, that's one that I actually was interested in including. Because you could just play it as a Flying Men, throw a Curiosity on it, but also if you're the mill deck, or you just are like a control deck, these games can go long. People can fill their graveyard, and so this card is going to turn into something big. How many lands did we all run while we did this? My guess was that your deck should run from 10 to 14 lands. I drafted Rug, primarily blue-red, with splashing some green top-end cards. Top-end cards. And I was on 12 lands plus 2 modal double-face cards. Lantern Bearer's kind of neat. It's a disturb card. It also gives you another aura. Could play Minister of Inquiries. It's another mill card. Nephalia Smuggler is a really cool magic card. I don't know how good it is going to be in here. Phantasmal Bear feels like this card is just going to fucking die every time. Every time. Pixie Illusionist. This is just going to be a multicolored card, but a 5-mana 3/3. I mean, I can write down Pixie Illusionist. Oh, wrong one. All of my stupid little Pixie Illusionist. Proven Combatant. I like the top end, but I don't like that it's 6 mana to get to here. And like a 6 mana 4/4. It is like a free one that you get tacked on, but it feels very very easy to get around. No trample, no evasion. Gets bounced and it's now in the oblivion. Terramander's already in here. Merfolk Wind Robber's already in here. Dockhand, I don't know how I feel. Tapping down lands in this is like, on one hand, it's like, oh, this isn't going to do anything because everything costs 1 mana. On the other hand, because people are more likely to splash, this card can maybe interact with that and kind of be like, no, 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 which I kind of like. Again, we need 4 more. We're currently at 4. Benthic Biomancer, Dacromystic, Gadul Lurker, and Jace's Phantasm. Ooh, Screeching Sliver. Snare Master Sprite. We have Spectral Sailor. Oh, I didn't do this, but I had a pretty funny idea. This might have been something only for camera, but I was thinking about adding all of the heralds. Adding all the heralds to the cube and having an errata of, instead of you tutor for them, you get to just like put them into play, which is kind of fun. I don't think I'm going to codify it and put it in this list, but you know, that's a thing. It's kind of neat, right? You assemble your Exodia and you get this big fuck off card. It's pretty cool. Tide Shaper. Twiddle. Rhine Barrow Intruder. Yeah, we have the Zulaport Duelist, this one, because it fills the, like, I'm gonna flash in, shrink this thing, and kill you in combat, but it also has the mill, which is kind of nice. Vortex Elemental. Ooh. Cha-cha-cha. Thousand Phase Shadow. Again, it's just kind of like, what does it do? I guess it's a flying man. Like if I'm adding a flying man, like a 1-mana 1/1 flyer, if I'm adding one of those, then I guess I'm going to add this one over Hypnotic Siren. But I think this is the like last card that we add, you know, if I'm like, I need something more, or what can I grab? Love Trusted Advisor. Pour myself some more tea. Balduvian Shaman. I mean, Cloudfin Raptor sounds like it's fun, but I imagine this card's just going to be like a 1-2 most of the time. Kosi's Trickster. I am going to add fetch lands, I think. But maybe that makes the mana too good. I could add fetch lands and then just... I like the idea of not having original duels. Cobbled Lancer's in the cube. I'm on Drifter Ildal. Drowned Rusalka's kind of funny. I like adding Pixie Illusionist over Fairy Squadron. Fairy Imposter seems kind of cracked. Everybody likes Floodhound because it's a dog. Understandable. Excuse me. Oh, I think I liked Lantern Bearer more than the Shadow. Why don't I like Squadron? Because it's kind of boring. Shane Lee Attack, welcome back for the 33rd month. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Like, as far as playing one... As far as playing, like, a card that scales with Kicker, the Squadron is just... The floor is just a 1-mana 1/1 with no abilities. That sucks. Nobody's having fun playing that. So then you're just priced into playing this for 5 mana. Whereas I think it's more interesting to have something like Pixie Illusionist, where you can play this in your mono blue deck because you just want a bunch of evasive creatures. But you can also play this in your blue X deck and help like fix your mana, or especially if you're going to be a low land count. Or if you just splash green and take advantage of that. Barry Crisp, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Okay, I'm coming around on Rashad and Dockhand. I like Rashad and Dockhand. It's also kind of cool that it's an evasive card. That part's pretty neat. Could also add the Artificer's Assistant. Ooh. Artificer's Assistant. Because that opens up blue-white evasive creatures holding equipment. That's kind of cool. Damn, it's the darndest thing. Talk. These streams where all I do is talk. Can you tell that they're hard on my voice? That they tend to be a little rough on the voice. Consider 1-drop morph cards. Oh, we've got them. We've considered them. In fact, they're in the deck. We've got a Gadul Lurker on standby. Could just add like Minister of Inquiries. Get another mill card in here. We're kind of adding 2. Have the Apprentice. Again, this is... It's funny. We're only adding 8 blue creatures, and this is like pretty tough. I don't like the door because, again, we don't have to have dungeons. This card's also just like kind of mid. Sidisi's Faithful is kind of interesting. Silver Raven. Again, I'm trying to avoid just adding these like boring flying men. I got the cool ones already in here, but... I need 2 more cards. I know it's an 0-4. Yeah, Sleep Curse Fairy's already in here. Excuse me. Maybe Thousand Face Shadow has enough going for it. We did add the Rashad and Dockhand. Thousand Face Shadow has like a rebuy some of our ETBs. That's kind of neat. Well, I didn't add Floodhound. I don't know how playable Floodhound is, but I'll take it. Anything to make Omen Hawker and the Enigma Jewel even better than they're going to be. Expendable Lackey. Lackey's kind of fun. 1 mana, 1/1 dies. I don't know how much that's going to interact with like what Blue's kind of doing. I like Blue's identity of it does fit into the mana sink identity, I guess. Sage of Epityr. Kniefell, he's already in. Maybe it's Snare Master Sprite. Maybe it's Lantern Bearer. I kind of like Lantern Bearer. Could add Lantern Bearer. Because this also, Lantern Bearer makes blue-white better too. More interesting combination. All right. So I have Artificer's Assistant, Benthic Biomancer, Dacromystic, Floodhound, Gudul Lurker, Jace's Phantasm, Lantern Bearer, and Rashadan Dockhand. Yep. And now, I think this is the heftiest one. Oh no, it's fine. Yeah, we're good. It's not even close, baby. 17 non-creature cards. 17 non-creature cards for blue. I can do this. We have the technology. Oh shit. Did I not sign up for my league? Oh shit. Whatever. What did I want? Minus type creature. Okie dokie. Gridlock for trans representation. Isn't that like, is that the X spell that taps X creatures or non-land permanents? Holy shit. I appreciate the meme. But, you know, that card doesn't really do much. Okay. Let's put some stuff in here. I don't want to add Ancestral Recall. I think that's more of a... have this for the camera, not for the cube, you know? I got 17 cards that we can play. We can add... I definitely want to add Curiosity. Or I want to add the... what's the legendary one? The legendary Curiosity. Combat Research. Although Curiosity, actually, do I want all of them? Kind of want all of them. Maybe that's too many. But Curiosity's kind of hot. If somebody gets Curiosity Chris Mage, like they can have that. That's fine. I could add Thought Scour and Mental Note. I could add Opt. I could just go through and add the good ones and then see if we want to make any changes. Which is kind of funny. Like we can do Buster Squall is kind of neat, but might be a bit too much. Same with Bubble Snare. I actually don't hate Bubble Snare. Gives blue some permanent removal. Bubble Snare. I don't think the X counter spells are that interesting. I mean, maybe they're okay if we need more counter spells. Consider. Dispel could be in here. Disrupt's kind of funny. I already have Dream Twist. Finally, Extract. I'm not going to add the Lantern package. Just saying that right here. Not adding the Lantern package. Abjure. Sacrifice a permanent. Blue permanent counter a spell. That's kind of neat. Flood. Let's slow these games down. I think Stern Scolding might be a little too boring. Although, no, it sounds pretty boring. Mystic Speculation. Hard Evidence, the best card in the cube. We could do Red Elemental Blast and Friends. Miscast I don't actually hate. Did I put Spell Pierce in here? I can't remember if I put in Spell Pierce in the end. I didn't. Mana Chains is kind of fun. It's a little slow. Arch of Swirling Mist is already in here. Mark of Eviction is kind of neat. Mental Note. Thought Scour. And Opt. Oh, I kind of like Twisted Image. Twisted Image is real classy. Multiple choice. So I said no to multiple choice the first time. Maybe it's fine. It seems pretty fucked. But I guess the bouncing a creature, like, you're only casting this for 5 mana, right? Who are we kidding? You're only casting this for 5 mana. Mind Bomb? Yeah, dude, this art is royal, dude. This art is not great. I mean, it rules, but, you know. Not great in the sense of, like, what am I looking at here? I mean, it's very clearly a bomb that's a brain, but, you know. Bond names the James. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. Powerful name. Glad to have you. Good to see you. Mystic Remora, somebody mentioned. I think it's just too... This is just gonna... 4 mana? I worry about this card's ability to just, like, draw way too many cards. I guess you could just kind of let it do nothing. It feels like it's either oppressive or it doesn't do anything. I love Occult Epiphany. I'm trying to avoid the make X creatures, if possible. But I do like Occult Epiphany. I'm a little worried that the, like, make X creatures is too strong. Although, when I add Warbreak Trumpeter, it'll be a different story. Prosperity's kind of funny. I like Prosperity. Because it's like a mill card, but it's also just a... I'm going to draw... It's either a mill card or it's a... I'm going to draw us both a bajillion cards, and then you're going to be able to play them all. And then I'll be able to play them all. I believe I have Rapid Hybridization and Pungify. Ooh, read the runes. Mind's Aglow. Make it collaborative. Yeah, but then I get to play Prosperity. You don't like Prosperity? Rona's Vortex is kind of interesting. It's another, like, potentially multicolored card. Jesus Christ, my tongue feels as dry as a desert. Known as Vortex. Shadow Rift. I love Shadow Rift. Shadow Rift is like one of my favorite cards. Like 1-mana cards. It's so sick. Shared Discovery is pretty cool. 4 untapped creatures? Fuck me. That's so many creatures. Sigil of Sleep. The Sigil of Sleep Grim Lavamancer combo. Do I have Silent Departure? Silent Departure seems like a pretty... I do. That's a pretty easy include. Soothsaying. Broken Ambitions. Clash. Clash is hilarious in this deck. Oh, we tied. Yeah, Spell Snare. Spell Burst, you're broken. Pretty broken. Stream of Unconsciousness is kind of hot. Although I have like 0 wizards. I have very few wizards. That's fine. Ooh, Suspend. Exile target creature, put 2 time counters on it. If it doesn't have Suspend, it gains Suspend. Kind of neat as a blue way of dealing with the cheap X cards. Stern Scolding. Stern Scolding is effectively Essence Scatter. Maybe that's fine. I'm a little worried about creature. I want creatures to still be good, you know? But maybe Stern Scolding's okay. $17 wizards, it's the 3rd biggest. The problem is that if this card isn't drawing you a card, it stinks. You just feel really shitty for including it. Oh my god. Enigma Jewel is so expensive. I never realized the craftability required so much. Blackstaff of Waterdeep's pretty hot. I think I like Blackstaff of Waterdeep. 4 4s. Tome Scour. We already have Prosperity. Ooh, Unstable Mutation? Absolutely. Vision Charm. Vision Charm's kind of funny. A Gondola. Visions of Beyond. I'm going to level with you. I didn't include this card because of the artwork. But it is probably a correct inclusion. You know? Not to say that there isn't, you know, bound to be some cards here with pretty shitty artists attached to them. But, you know. Timely Interference might actually be kind of cracked. I'm going to write that one down. Training Grounds. Oh, is Triton Tactics in here or did it not make the cut? Well, welcome back, Triton Tactics. I think I'll add Stern Scolding. I've been thinking about it more. I need to add 17 cards and we're at 12. So we need 5 more cards. Currently, I have Bubble Snare, Combat Research, Curiosity, Unstable Mutation, Consider, Mental Note, Opt, Shadow Rift, Stern Scolding, Thought Scour, Triton Tactics, and Prosperity. We could play... could play the Birthday Escape. We have offer you can't refuse. It's already in. Ooh, Chain Stasis. Do I have Crab Umber in here? I was thinking about it. I like Witching Well. Oh. What does Witching Well do? What is, as an artifact, what is it doing for this? Is Curfew too bad? Yeah, Curfew's pretty bad when you can't break the parity, you know? Curious Obsession's in here, yep. I kind of like Dispel. I could see Dispel finding a way in here. Deceive the Messenger. Ooh. I don't hate having that kind of card. You know? What more does a blue deck want than to scry and draw cards? Yeah, but why that card in particular? Why the Well in particular? You know? Energy Tap. Well, yeah, maybe we have to add the Well because of the Reagan jokes from the last time. Black Staff. The Black Staff of Waterdeep. Waterdeep. And now I need a couple more. That's it. Right? I need... Wait, how many do I need? 17. Wow. I need 3 more. Waterdeep nuts. Epiphany at the Drown Yard. I was more into the Enigma Jewel until I saw that it cost like 10 to craft, and then what is it? What does it even duel? What does the jewel even duel? As each activate ability of the exile cards you use to craft it, and whenever you activate an ability that isn't a mana ability, copy it. Yeah, this just seems like a kind of a boring Soul Ring. I guess it goes with the Enigma or the Omen Hawker build. Yeah, I'll add the Enigma Jewel. Mind's Aglow. High Tide. Repeal's in here. Not adding an increase in confusion. Oh, yowza. Mind Games. Could add Miscast. Crab Umber was not added. Maybe multiple choice is fine. Could play the Moon Snare prototype. But if we're not salvage scouting, then what are we? What are we even doing here? Why are we here? It's just to suffer? I like Sigillus Sleep, but I don't think I want to add more auras. Quicken's kind of funny. We could play Recall. Just like actual Recall. Do you know this card used to be restricted in Vintage? Discard X cards, then return a card from your discard or from your graveyard to your hand for each card discarded this way. Yeah, it's pretty bad. But it is recursion. Blue recursion. There's not a huge amount of blue recursion. The recursion's mostly in black and green, which is I'm actually okay with. Ooh, Gift of Tusks. That's becomes a 3/3 draw card. Oh, you don't draw a card. We already have Pongify and Rapid Hybridization. Those don't draw cards, but they deal with something permanently. There's the new one from Ixalan. Becomes a 4/3. I don't think you draw a card on that one either. Retraced Image is so bad. I mean, like, it's just, hey, you can play land. Yeah, I know it's ramp. But you know. You could play Reconstruction maybe? I don't know. Is Recall actually worth it? 5 mana, pitch 2 cards, return 2 cards. Oh, I wanted Vision Charm. I think Vision Charm's kind of funny. It's a mill 4, but it also can muck equipment. And then Vision Charm's also kind of hilarious. Equipment phases with the creature. No, oh fuck, phasing. What card's in the queue? Is Vision Charm in the queue? Are High Tide and Candle too strong? There's just not really much you can do with Candle. Oh, Seal of Removal. Candle is just like, I don't know what. You would need so many stars to align for Candle and High Tide to do anything relevant. Shared Discovery is kind of cool. Soothsaying would be kind of cool. Yeah, maybe it's Soothsaying. I like Soothsaying. Secrets of the Key has crab clue vibes. The crab is the best part of the crab clue. The best meat's in the rump. We could slip out the back. I haven't added Training Grounds. Training Grounds is only creatures, though. Twisted Image is also kind of hot. I did add Stern Scolding. Yeah, if anything's phased out, if anything phases out, anything attached to it also phases out. But Vision Charm also just lets you phase out their equipment, and then you can get a profitable block. And it's a mill spell. Or a Muck their Splash, which is kind of funny. Did I put Wind Zendikon in here? I didn't. I kind of like Wind Zendikon. We have the Genju. Do I want Wind Zendikon? Could be Witness Protection. Each color has 1 buyback card. I think only 1. These are so many enchantments. I mean, Witness Protection. This makes Ethereal Armor better. Witness Protection. I don't know how I feel about that magic card in this cube. It feels kind of boring. Would really want to put in Visions of Beyond, but I just can't do it for the artwork. They gotta reprint that card with some new artwork. It's kind of wild because that card sees like fringe modern play too. You would imagine that they would be like, oh yeah, let's throw this card in like a, I don't know, some set somewhere. You can fucking figure it out. I think I want Slip Out the Back. Slip Out the Back is a protective card, but it also has some utility against it gives blue kind of like a way of like, oh, I just don't want to take a bajillion damage here. Protect your own thing, muck their thing, buffs it. You know, seems kind of fine. And also can go in the Bogle's deck because, as you mentioned, they're not going to phase out. Sage of Madness, welcome back for the 23rd month. I was on mobile and didn't realize my sub was out. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here. It's only good to be here? Excuse me? It's great to be here. You're having a great time. Is there any chance for a blue-red prowess? Oh yeah, I played rug like prowess. And the word good. No. Do I have archetypes with this cube listed out anywhere? No, I haven't done any write-ups or anything for the cube yet. White has creatures, like aggressive creatures and like board control. Blue has with like the equipment and enchantments as the like ooh kind of package. Blue has support like selection and some like non-permanent based disruption, while having mill as its funky mill and activated abilities as its thing. Black is recursion and removal, with the fancy thing being aristocrats and like I guess zombies in a way. Not really. Oh, big yawn from Alter. And red has aggression and burn, and red is kind of funny because red is actually, its things are X spells or big mana and prowess, I guess. Green is creatures and, you know, doing green shit. And then its little packages are elves and X spells. I guess red isn't so much X spells as red is like scaling cards. Red is like buyback, activated ability. Turn 10, I'm going to cast this big spell, and hopefully there's a payoff for it, you know? Oh yeah, I've seen. I mean, I don't want to really dogpile, even though the whole like Taylor Swift is a lesbian thing is. It's very funny because how the fuck do you get to that conclusion? This woman's whole shtick is about how she like her one note is I'm dating a man. But I don't know. That person has been dogpiled on enough, and I genuinely hope they receive help. I genuinely hope that they receive some kind of help, because that is not healthy in the slightest. Okay, so the blue cards we're adding are Black Staff of Waterdeep, the Enigma Jewel, Artificer's Assistant, Benthic Biomancer, Dacra Mystic, Floodhound, Gadul Lurker, Jace's Phantasm, Lantern Kami, or whatever the hell this card, Lantern Bearer, Rashad Dockhand, Bubble Snare, Combat Research, Curiosity, Unstable Mutation, Consider, Dispel, Mental Note, Opt, Shadow Rift, Slip Out the Back, Stern Scolding, Thought Scour, Triton Tactics, Vision Charm, and Prosperity. Great. And I'm slowly building up the multicolored cards here too. Let's move on to black creatures. Nope. Let's move on to black creatures. What do we got? What do we got? "17 new black creatures." Okay. And I wanted to actually cut, I don't know. How do people feel about lifetime pass holder? I like the idea of just like keeping it above the board. Lifetime pass holder is going to turn into Carnophage. It's funny. All right, I've heard enough. Lifetime pass holder is turning into Carnophage. It also just adds an extra level of like, you know, somebody drafts like, well, what are my things? And it's like, well, you know, it's just so much shit to track, and yeah. Also, not great if it ends up, look, I'm not saying that I'm not doing this to get this on Magic Online, but it would be cool if this was draftable on Magic Online, or if like, the cube, whatever the new cube thing is going to be called after the whole, shit show. All right. I have no idea what attractions do. Yeah, there you go. All right. I'm willing to put more of an emphasis on zombies for this one. So if you get any cool zombies and recursive creatures. Blood Pet. I don't know a Blood Pet. Champion of the Perished. Great. We have a mirror pairing. Zombies and recursive cards. Here's a big one. I didn't put Cauldron Familiar in here, and I think I should. Cauldron Familiar was on the chopping block. It was right at the end there, because I was worried that it would create games that were just not fun, and it might still do that. There's not a huge amount of food, so maybe Cauldron Familiar isn't good enough. There's just not a lot of food, honestly. There's Gilded Goose. Oh, can you hear Mulder? There's Gilded Goose, and I think that's it. Oh, I do love Karsi, the Karsi High Priest. Is Cruel Sadist in here? No, Cruel Sadist needed to be in here. Cruel Sadist. Cult Conscripts is in here. Deadeye Tracker's another one. Death Shadow's kind of funny. I don't know how how good Death Shadow would actually be. Ruthless Ripper's going to be in here. Ruthless Ripper was in here originally, but I cut it. But now that I'm adding more morph cards, I think I like having it.
Eggs. E-double-G-S eggs.
I also like Diregraph Ghoul. This might be the easiest color to actually do. We already have Dockside Chef. I love Disowned Ancestor. I'm obsessed with this card. But I don't think it's popping in here. We have Dread Wanderer. Dread Malkin's kind of interesting. It's funny that it'll just never sack a Planeswalker. Ooh, Ecstatic Awakener. I remember this card being reasonable in the draft environment. Oh, Entrails Feaster, my beloved. Do we have Shambling Ghast in here? I have Shambling Ghast in here, right? Somebody asked about Festering Goblins, and we have two of them. Shambling Ghast and the Gnaw. I don't even know what the rat's name. Gnawing Vermin. The hard counter. The hard Ragavan counter. Foulmire Knight. I still haven't actually put on any music. I should do that. Why am I putting on Twister? I don't need to put on Twister. There is music? No, I have AirPods in. Ooh, Ghostlit Stalker. That's so expensive. Gnarled Scarhide's actually pretty sick. I like Gnarled Scarhide. But I don't know how often this will come up. This is a card that you add because it sounds neat to be like, ooh, and I'm going to bestow it on your creature. And that just never actually works like that way in practice. Is Gutterbones in here? It is. Gravecrawler's in here. Ghoul Draz Assassin's in here. Indulgent Aristocrat's kind of interesting. There's not a huge amount of vampires, but this is just like 1 mana, 1/1 lifelink, pay 2, sack a creature, buff itself, which might be good enough. Ichor Drinker. Ooh, yeah, that's an ability. It's not a bad ability either. I kind of like Mardu Shadowspear. I don't think the what is it? Hateful Eidolon? I don't think that one's going to have enough juice to go with it. Ooh, I love Maggot Carrier. I mean, Kaldor Undead's kind of interesting, right? 1 mana, 3/1 that has Regenerate. Yeah, the Beetle's kind of funny. Beetle scales too. Yeah, I like Mortician Beetle. Isn't there a new Mortician Beetle? Is there a new Mortician Beetle? Oh, Nested Shambler was also in here, but it got cut because I trimmed a lot of the Aristocrat stuff. Persistent Specimen is still in the cube. White Rusalka's in the cube. Quagmire is in the cube. Carsey High Priest is going to get into the cube. I don't think Putrid Imp does much because we're not really reanimating. And like, if you're discarding cards, like, kind of want something that's more impactful. Rhinebound Dead might actually be kind of funny. Tortured Existence? Oh, it's in the cube. Oh no, I cut it because it was too broken. Or I thought it might be too broken. Tortured Existence is 100% getting back in the cube. Ridged Kusite? I don't know about that one. Rhinebound Dead is kind of hot. I like Rhinebound Dead. Although maybe, is Rhinebound Dead too good? Just like... it might just be too annoying. Like, like even if it isn't overpowered might be a little strong of a word to use, but it's just kind of annoying. Shadow Ellie Dennison I really like. I'm gonna add that card. I put in the Stalker, right? Yeah, Stalker's in here. We could play Stitcher Supplier. Could play Stitcher Supplier. Stronghold Confessor. This is a card that I don't hate including. Because the floor of a 1 mana 1/1 with Menace is like, that's a thing that could just show up. Thieves Guild Enforcer. I don't hate that. Sturge? You don't know the Sturge? You're not familiar with Sturge Jaeger? Just one Shadowborn Apostle. I have 4 vintage playable Thought Picker Witches in the cube. I could play Vampire Lacerator. I have to add 17 of these fuckers. All right, well, Viscera Seer can get in here too. Vampire the Dire Moon's interesting. Yeah. Oh, the V build? The V build. Will the Wisp. Oh, Changeling Outcast could get in here. Because it's a zombie. It's an evasive creature. I need 6 more, folks. 6 more. Shadow Guild Mage. This might be too good. Valentin I don't want to play because then somebody's actually casting a 4-mana card. You know? I don't know. Valentin, you're putting a card on the stack that always has a 4-mana, you know, 4-mana value. 4-mana value. Smoldering Initiate? Oh. I mean, I don't know about all that, but... Hi. Master of Dark Rites. Hi. Yeah, hi. Oh. Kildoran Dead. I keep coming back to Kildoran Dead. I think it's kind of interesting. Akiba Reckoner raid. I have Giant Killer. The adventure creatures get more of a pass for me. Because that's barely a card. Getting a little window, that's barely a card. Flipping it over and casting something different? No, I'm not here for it. Ooh, a Cursed Centaur. Cabal Therapist doesn't feel like it's actually going to do anything. There's not a huge amount of hand attack in this. Hi, yes, I hear you. You're so loud. Could I not hear you? I think, is Death Shadow just kind of cool? There's not a huge amount of ways to deal damage to yourself. Death Shadow, I like Death Shadow because it's aspirational, right? Like somebody's like, oh fuck, I drafted Death Shadow. Oh, Dread Malkin should get in here too. Yeah. Do you want to come up, or are you just going to sit on the ground there and scream at me? Duskwalker too boring? Is that the Boast one? Oh, the Kicker with Fear. I would rather play the Stronghold Disciple or whatever the hell it's called. Maybe Ecstatic Awakener is good enough. I don't mind it. I'll include Ecstatic Awakener. Hey. Ow. Nightscape Apprentice is a zombie. Yeah, I have it written down as a multicolored card. Mardu's Shadow Spear. Dash is kind of interesting. I don't hate Vampire the Dire Moon. Ooh, Pilfering Imp. It's kind of funny. Pilfering. Maybe Cabal Therapist. Maybe Cabal Therapist gets in here. And Pilfering Imp. Because they play well into buyback cards, and it's nice to have, for people to have an answer to buyback cards. Prepping for red creatures, we have a really good hit rate for things I'm interested in already being in the cube. Right for us both generally being able to evaluate cards. It's truly a curse. Truly a curse. I need one more. Serrated Scorpion's not that bad. This is just like a big fuck you. There was the Mummy. Is Tormented Soul too bad? I have Changeling Outcast, which does the exact same thing, but it happens to be a zombie. Spiteful Hexmage. I don't think that card has any play. Could just be Stitcher Supplier, but self-milling doesn't do too much. Oh, the Archer, the Ruthless Sniper. This is kind of funny. I'm slightly worried that this is just like potentially a play pattern that's not that fun, but it's vulnerable enough. I kind of like it. It's a mana sink. It works with Tortured Existence. Yeah, maybe it's the Sniper. There's a Graveyard Recursion kind of deck that you can play. Ooh, Vampire Neonate, though. Or Thieves Guild Enforcer. I still don't have Stronghold Confessor in here yet. Nesta Chambler's already in there. Okay, I think it's coming down to Stronghold Confessor or Stitcher Supplier or Ruthless Archer. Stronghold Confessor is nice because it gives you a 4-mana card to play. Black doesn't have a lot of those yet. I'll add the Confessor. Black uses its mana as it scales up to like return its Gutter Bones over and over again. So I think it's kind of nice to give black like a card that you can play as a big idiot. And it's like a 3/3 menace. That's not bad. It survives Curse Scroll. It's pretty important. Just a bunch of Whisper Squads. All right, 9 non-creature cards. I'm not adding Fatal Push. I'm going to say that right now. Scheming Symmetry, I was thinking about it. I think I like Black Sun's Twilight because it's a card where playing... Black has a lot of these kill spells that like scale in mana. 6 mana, kill your thing, buy back my thing into play is kind of good. But maybe that's too expensive, even if you're only getting a 1 mana card. I have Blood Fountain as my double Blood Fountain Urborg Repossession. No, I wanted Tortured Existence. I didn't have it in here because I was a little worried about power level, but I think I'm actually okay with it. How many do I need again? 17? 17. Do I have... I think I have Bone Shards. Do I have Eaten Alive? Bump in the Night. I think did I put in Blood Chief's Thirst? No, I didn't put in Blood Chief's Thirst. It is sorcery speed, but it's... I don't like the idea of just having a card that kills everything with no downside outside of speed, or timing, rather. Burnt Offering. Call of the Netherworld. Ooh. How much graveyard hate do I want in here? I have some graveyard hate. I think I would rather have... We already have Cling to Dust, but if I'm adding additional graveyard hate, I would rather have that in Colorless. Dark Salvation's kind of fun. Yeah, I actually like Dark Salvation. I think this card's kind of sick. I don't like X... like single X make a bunch of creatures, but I'm okay with double X. Like Secure the Wastes Pest infestation doesn't count because that actually just tricks you. I didn't want to play Dark Ritual in here because Dark Ritual felt very like, ooh, Dark Ritual 3/1 drops. Go ahead, and it just feels like you're so far behind. Inquisition of Kozilek's not in here. I didn't put in Thoughtseize. Thoughtseize might be actually worth having because there is a downside to casting Thoughtseize, and that is taking to life and having more action for. I have to rest, but having more action for the buyback stuff seems okay. Same reason as to why Dreadfugue's not in here. This card's never doing anything for that much, right? Like it's Rotted Reunion. Oh, that's the flashback. Make a 2/2. Erebos' I think somebody mentioned March. I think I like Erebos' intervention better. But I don't know. Again, Graveyard Hate. Do I have an Undying Evil? I don't think I do. Do I need one? Malakir Rebirth. That's what I wanted to add. I like having the double face Modal Lance at 1. There's not many cards that fit that bill. Fungal Infection's pretty neat. Oh, Funeral Charm. I wanted Funeral Charm in here. One, two, three, four, five. Did I put in Ghastly Demise? I did. Gift of Fangs is kind of funny. Traditional top deck tutors? No, I have Vampiric Tutor in here. Ghost Lantern's already in here. Golem's Bite is kind of interesting. Graph Harvest? Oh, did I put Graph Harvest in? It was in my maybe pile. I didn't. It's getting in. I think. Oh wait, no. This isn't the one I'm thinking of. Howl from Beyond might actually be worthwhile. This card's not that bad. Killing Wave. Killing Wave was so sick. Mind Peel seems miserable. Could play Raven's Crime. Innocent Blood a no. I don't mind it. I guess it's good to have a couple of these. Like have at least one edict. You know. Ooh, Myers Toll. I do like Myers Toll. Mind Twist is just never happening. Nurgle's Rot. Never seen this card. I probably own this card and I've never seen this card. Yeah, Mogus's Favor is in here. Crawl from the Cellar's not in here, but I do like that card. Because it's a flashback card. I think I just need one more. Two more. It's not the two more. and I'm just kidding, of course. I'm just kidding. Everybody clap. Good joke. Reclamation's in here. Animate Wall. Ooh. I have Quest for the Grave Lord. I don't hate adding another kill spell. Regicide is one that I kind of want to play, but it's a little tough to implement online, mostly because it doesn't exist online. But Regicide is one that I don't hate. Also, Restless Dreams. This card fucking rules. If you're not playing this card should just be in like a lot of commander decks. Single black sorcery, additional cost, discard X cards, and then you just raise dead X creatures. Yeah, we're cozy. Yep. I like Shelob's Ambush. Makes a food token. That's kind of interesting. Then I get one more card. Skeletal Scrying. Skeletal Scrying's got to be way too good, right? I do like Shrouded Lore. Shrouded Lore is very funny. Target opponent picks a card in your graveyard. You can pay it black if you do. You just keep repeating this until you get to one where you can finally put it into your hand. Which might be fine. Fossil Find is already a card. Spark Harvest. I do like the... Yeah, maybe Spark Harvest is the one I play. I don't think it matters, right? Eaten Alive Exiles. Ooh, Spoils of Blood. I think this one actually rules. Maybe I should add Spoils of Blood. Yeah, I'm going to add Spoils of Blood. This card fucks. 1 mana instant. Put an XX horror into play where X are the number of creatures that died this turn. Yeah. That fucks. I think I like that better. Vendetta's another. Oh, I had already have Vendetta. Virulent Swipe. Shelob's Ambush kind of does this. Did I put in Vorpal Sword? I didn't put in Vorpal Sword. I thought about putting in Vorpal Sword. Maybe I should play Vorpal Sword. There is exclamation mark deck. Village Rites is already in here. Defile's not in here. Defile's kind of interesting because it scales. Maybe I like Defile more than Spoils of the Blood or Shelob's Ambush. This Shelob's Ambush doesn't really jive with what the deck's looking to accomplish. Nine. Is this it? I think this is it. I could make some tweaks. Yeah, I think I'm keeping it pretty straightforward because I need 9 non-creatures. Tortured Existence, Defile, Funeral Charm, Malakir Rebirth, Spoils of Blood, Crawl from the Cellar, Dark Salvation, Innocent Blood, and Thoughtseize. We could also make... Actually, I think we could make Spoils of Blood into Vorpal Sword. I think black already has enough late game stuff, though. Yeah, I think I like this. I'm going to ship it. What are we looking for to put into the cube? 1 drops. One drops. Oh, is Shadow Guildmage? I can't remember if this is a zombie. It's just a human. Is Tragic Slip in the list? I think so. Yep. Okay, let's go red creatures. Loud Mulder. Yeah, Nightscape's the zombie, but Shadow is the better. Shadow actually has play, but maybe Shadow's too brutal. Okay, so red. What am I looking for as far as red goes? Red 1-drops are hard. There's so many you can put in here. I think Rotisserie Elemental was one of the ones I wanted. I need 12 red creatures. Okay. Aki Scrap Chomper is kind of funny too. It's repeatable. There's no creature types matter, but there are there are some themes. A Crow and Crusader is one that was on my short list. It's a cool magic card. It works with the heroic plan. Blister Spit Gremlin, also on my list. Because it's just repeatable burn. I think I like it better than the Sawblade Scamp. Sawblade Scamp is a 1-mana 1/1. You have to remove the oil counters. Yeah, Blister Spit Gremlin. Only Baba tapped down their changeling. Get fucked. Bloodhall Ooze. I do like Bloodhall Ooze. I played this card in Jund back in the day in block. It was not, well, not good, but it was one way you could do it. You can get more aggressive. Dragon Master Outcast is already in the queue, but I really like this one. Fucking Dwarven Armor. I still need a Dwarven Armor if anybody has one. Embereth Veteran. This card seems good. I'm gonna add Embereth Veteran. Fervent Champion, I kind of like. Lets you do red white with equipment. Did I put Fervent Champion in here? I didn't. Okay. Fireblade Charger's kind of interesting. Fire Drinker Satyr's kind of interesting. Forge Devil was not in there. It's just kind of unexciting. I'm not a huge fan of like Necrotol. And while this isn't always a Necrotol, it's just like, you know. Do we count Kimono Face's Kakazan as a creature? No, I've been counting the Saga. No, there are no Sagas in here. I don't have, because I could have Okiba Reckoner Raid and Kimono Face's Kakazan. Foundry Street looks like it would be good, but red doesn't actually play a huge amount of creatures. Like that's one of the, I mean, it's not an issue, it's more of an identity. Like an aspect of it. Goblin Guide is kind of boring and also just like maybe a bit too good in a format where people are playing like 10 lands. Oh, I hate Vexing Devil. Hate Vexing Devil. Get to Lava Runner could be good. Goblin Fireslinger. We have the Blister Spit. I think Blister Spit's likely more interesting card than the Fireslinger because there aren't really any Goblin Matters cards. I don't think I want to add any Goblin Matters cards. Goldhound. Balder. Ooh, Hall Monitor. Kessig Wolf Rider's kind of funny. Polygon Storm Singer, that's what I'm talking about. Godos are regulars. Chris Mage is already in here. Lightning Serpent's kind of funny, but I don't know how much bad ball lightning is going to be played. Nyxborn Rollicker is kind of funny. There's the Lumberjack. I'll write it down. Like, I love Orcish Lumberjack so much. But, you know. That's why Corridor Monitor is called that? What do you mean? Ragavon's in here. Ragavon's in the cube. I think Ragavon's actually kind of an interesting inclusion in the cube. Why is Ragavon in and Goblin Guide too good? Goblin Guide's a 2/2 with haste. It just like doesn't have a huge drawback or any drawback. Whereas Ragavon has some interesting dynamic to its play. The dash aspect of it is pretty neat. It means that you can save it and try to scale and sneak it in occasionally. Playing it on one, like, exposes it to just so much removal. Like, Ragavon is really good because not everybody is playing by the same rules as the Ragavon deck, right? If you can't put stuff in front of Ragavon, or if there isn't an abundance of 1-mana removal, then Ragavon is going to be absurd. And Ragavon is at its best when it's like, you know, think about it, right? Like, there's not a huge amount of 1-mana creatures in something like Modern that are clogging the board. There's not a... Bomat Courier should be in here. Yes, thank you. That counts as a red card. There's not a lot. It's just like all the cards trade evenly. There's a bunch of 1-mana removal and it gets chump blocked a bunch. Yeah, that's basically it. Ooh, I kind of like Reinforced Ronin. Reckless Waif is kind of funny. It's never going to transform. Rosnocht? Oh. I kind of like you more than a Crowan Crusader. But you don't really do anything if the... well... I'll think on it. Rotisserie Elemental I like. Scorched Rusalka I like. I don't think I actually put Scorched Rusalka in here. Yeah, I need Scorched Rusalka in here. Simeon Sling I also like. That was another card that was on my maybe list. Ooh, Sneaking Guide? Shivan Devastator is in the cube. Yeah. Sneaking Guide is kind of hot. 1-mana, 1/1, pay 2, something becomes unblockable. I don't think that's in the cube yet. That's kind of hot. Skitter of Lizards is in the cube. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your little hearts out. Stone Right's kind of funny. Spike Shot Elder's in the cube. Strongkirk's in the cube. Unlucky Witness could maybe be in the cube. I have Vindictive Flamestoker and Voldarian Epicure in the cube. Wayward Guide Beast, similarly, I didn't include it because I thought it would be too good. Yeah, okay, I'll keep returning my land to my fucking hand. Who cares? Yeah, I like Warbreak Trumpeter. Maybe I could put Grim Initiate and Harried... Yeah. I like Grim Initiate and Harried Spear Guard to round it out. Because then we get to play... that makes Red-Black have more of a... That gives Red-Black a, like, sacrificing my creatures, right? This, you got a token generator... You got this to sacrifice things and ping. You got a token generator. You got a token generator. Feels pretty good. No Zergo. I have Embereth Veteran in that slot, which is kind of interesting. Could be Zergo, but this also just like gives red an aura card. Right? Building a cube is a lot like drafting a cube, where sometimes you look at cards and their power level is just beyond like that of another card, but the synergy like that it can provide is just it puts it atop, right? Like, what does Embereth Veteran and what is adding Zergo to the cube do? Right? Zergo is a card that is just an aggressive 2/2 for 1, and it has dash. And that is unique. That is a thing that we can provide. Is that a thing that red necessarily needs? Like, what synergies is it serving in other color combinations? Right? Like red black having access to more sack outlets and more things to sacrifice is pretty strong. Red white, you know, Embereth Veteran gives you another way of putting on an aura onto a card, as well as it, you know, well, there's humans, right? Champion of the Parish, it's a human for Champion of the Parish. And obviously this role scales pretty well with some of the creatures in white. In blue-red, you have the, hey, you're not going to want to block my thing / prowess, which you get from a bunch of these cards. And then in green-red, that's where you get your beep, beep, vroom, vroom. But your red cards aren't going to be the beep, beep. They're the vroom, vroom. And Zergo is not as vroom, vroom as some of these other cards can be, you know? So Zergo is just kind of filling the same slot as Reinforced Ronin, but I think Ronin's a little bit easier, or a little bit more interesting to play. And easier to kind of like saddle up in a deck that cares about artifacts as well. What the fuck is the difference between beep beep and vroom vroom? Beep beep, like they're honking the horn. That's like the aggression, right? That's the meat. And then the vroom vroom is the wow, you're going fast. It's pretty self-explanatory. Try to pick up the fucking pace, Sibwow. Also, oh my god, Dweebert, if I missed you, I apologize. I am so sorry. Back for the 17th month. Thank you so much for the support. I'm sorry I'm 40 minutes late. Jeez. All right. Let's focus on the non-creatures now. How much do I need? 14 non-creatures. Okay. Also, I saw somebody ask, so is the method just to scroll through every one drop of each color? Well, we already have most of the cube done, and we have a sheet of like what we need to add and how much we need to hit, thresholds we need to hit, that sort of thing. You know. Hey. I didn't hate crime Sibwow. I save hate criming Sibwow for the Discord. I say while I have the doofiest fucking like what is this? What is this little... Could you imagine some alfalfa looking motherfucker just coming up to you and hate criming? Yeah, it's like a Danzig horde. All right. 14 non-creature red cards. Again, I'm trying to get things that are that scale repeatable. Red's got Red's got skin invasion. Okay, oh yes. Monstrous Rage should have been in the cube. I somehow don't own a copy of Monstrous Rage, and I also couldn't find one at Yellow Jacket Comics and Toys. I don't know how that's possible. It's got to be in here somewhere. Actually, you know what? I bet I can fucking find it. It's probably in one of these piles. I really need to clean some of these cards up. Do I have a foil Monstrous Rage in here? Sick. I have a Kabu Tops from one of the Neo sets that I bought while really high and really tired because I thought it was foil or hollow, and it was not. Now this is just all shit. It's all Ixalan and yeah. It's all Ixalan. Okay. If you find it, I'll sub. Well, where am I going to find it? It's not here. It's not here. But thank you for the incentive. They didn't put a time limit on it. Ooh, you're right. Right, 13 cards now. Banefire might be a little cheeky. How did I determine the number of creature versus non-creature that I've listed for each color? I kind of just took a look at a couple of other cubes of comparable power and adjusted it based on what one drops have to offer without them falling off a cliff. I don't want the weakest one to be like completely unplayable, especially when compared to the best one or whatever. And then vibes. Yeah, vibes are pretty big. Balduvian Rage. I already have Enrage in here, right? Oh, I cut Enrage. Enrage was supposed to be in here, but Balduvian Rage is just better than Enrage. In a way, like I feel like this is the funniest card in the world, right? It's a, hey, I'm going to fucking kill you. And then, by the way, I'm going to draw a card at the beginning of it, right? That's pretty strong. It's pretty good. Release the Gremlins? What's that one? Oh, that's the blow up. That's the pest infestation, right? I have Thud in here. We already have Thud in here. Banefire. I don't have any fireballs proper in here. Right? I have Fear Fire's Foes. I guess that's fine. Ooh, what if we played Bonfire of the... No, this is too much of a blowout, right? You permitted the term, I'm going to kill you. Thank you, Siblo. Doing a bang-up job. Do I want to add Brute Force? I really like the pump spells. I'm worried that Bonfire is just too good. Surely this cube will feature cross-format all-star Magnetic Mountain? I mean, there's only one way to find out. And that is we get to the M. I think Burst Lightning's kind of cool. It's a shock, which is like pretty reasonable, but then it's also just like throwing a bunch of damage at your face, which I like. Yeah. Wait, is Kicker banned? And did L try to ban Invasion? Interesting. Passing this on to my team. See, Conflagrate. Now this is hot. Crash through. Curse of Opulence. Crown of Flames is kind of funny. I already have Devastating Summons in here. Dragon Mantle. Dragon Mantle's kind of hot. I could see playing Dragon Mantle. Maybe. Yeah, I guess the NDA tier allows for ban evasion. Dire Flail. Yeah, claim the Firstborns in here. Did I put Dynacharge in here or did I cut it? Oh, Dynacharge is getting in here. Dyna, won't you charge? Dyna, won't you charge? Dyna, won't you charge your phone? Electrickery. And the festivities. I don't have I'm looking for another one. Ooh, Fall of the Titans. I kind of, well, no, this card seems cracked in half. Aboria, welcome back for the 52nd month. What up? How you doing? How you been? Thank you for all the support. Evening Wheeler, hope you are having a wonderful night. I found my new deck to hyperfixate on. It's a combination Gothic Moon and Pox list I'm calling Bloodborne. 2024 is the year I really try and complete in Canlander tourneys and get good, as the kids say. Well, I believe in you. You have the heart of a Yu-Gi-Oh player and the hygiene of a not Yu-Gi-Oh player. And that's a powerful combination. I believe in your abilities. Thank you for the support. And I hope that we can support you in your journey. Ooh, Flame Jab's kind of cute. But repeatable kill. Synth is in there. Yeah, don't worry. Did I play Fork Bolt? I did. Footfall Crater. Footfall Crater kind of hot. Well, you can push them out of... Hold on, you can't do this. Kiefer's guilt tripping me. Huh? You want me to come and grab them? Okay. Kiefer's guilt tripping me that all of Mulder's mice are going to actual trip him. Don't put them under the bed. I just cleaned under the bed. Don't put them in the office. He's like hurting them with his cane and he's throwing them all into the fucking bedroom or the office. Jesus. Rude, by the way. I kind of like Gleeful Demolition. Gleeful Demolition is kind of cool. Geist Flame. Yeah, Geist Flame's neat. Gut Shot's kind of funny. Ground Rift's kind of funny. Hammer Hand is kind of funny, although we already have the cartouche, but maybe Hammer Hand's okay. Hearth Charm, underrated magic card. 1 red, destroy target artifact creature, or all attacking creatures get +1/+0, or target creature with power 2 or less is unblockable. Oh, I gotta add 1 card for my boy Robin Sorensen. Robin wanted Illuminate in the cube, and I think Illuminate's kind of sick. This card looks dirt slow, and it is. But this card fucks. X in a red with a kicker for 2 in a red and or 3 in a blue. It deals X damage to target creature, and if it was kicked with a red kicker, it deals that much to its creature's controller. And if it's with the blue kicker, you draw X cards. Hi, I've long wanted to build a cube. Is there a recipe I can follow or a website? There are, I mean, if you go onto like Cube Cobra, there are a bunch of cubes that are likely shared as like good cubes to follow. If you search like for an article about building a cube, it'll probably be your best bet on leading you down that path. Yeah, it's also depends on what kind of cube you want, you know? Do you want to play it with 8 people, 6 people, 4 people? Do you want to have, what power level are you playing? Do you have a theme? You know, all that kind of stuff. But there's got to be a ton of articles that are being written on the subject that'll at least give you the basic recipe of like this many creatures in each color, this many, you know, spells and whatnot. Last ditch effort's kind of funny. Landslide is kind of funny. It only goes to the dome. Oh, lightning axe. I wanted to add lightning axe. Lightning axe. Did I put lava dart in here? Lava dart should be in here. Is not. Lava dart. Ooh, lunar frenzy. All right, lunar frenzy over Balduvian, whatever. What's the cube concept? It's a 1-drop cube. Did I put magmatic insight in here? Oh, I did. Spicy. Ooh, mana clash. Molten vortex is one that I want to put in here. Molten vortex seems pretty hot. Needle drop. I replaced monstrous rage with needle drop, so it should already be in here. Otherworldly outburst is shockingly reasonable. Oh, I like Pillar of Flame. Sorcery speed, but exile. Gives you play against the black decks. Reckless charge is in here. Mishra's command is kind of awkward because it's just like there's one line of text that just doesn't do anything, and then also it has a it's I don't know, it's too, it just feels like it's going to be kind of disappointing, or it's like, finally an X burn spell, which is already kind of disappointing. I guess it's okay if you just only see it as doing 2 things. Maybe that's fine. Red Sun Zenith. Release the gremlins. Do I actually want release the gremlins? It doesn't target the face. Did I put earthquake in the cube? I didn't. I think earthquake is earthquake in the cube is kind of funny. Ooh, I like Satyr's Cunning. But maybe Scred is kind of funny. Scorching Spear. Just 1 mana, deal 1 at sorcery speed. But what does this card do? Oh, commander. Spark of creativity. Spark spray might be fine. Sticky fingers might also be fine. Ooh, classic Stormworld? Who doesn't love Stormworld? 1 red world enchantment. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, it deals X damage to that player, where X is 4 minus the number of cards in their hand. Why is this a red card? Why is it a red card? Sun Demise is kind of cool. Already have Thud. Red cards are hard to add. Titan Strength can get in here. I need so many more spells. Unstable footing. Unstable footing is actually kind of funny because there's a lot of protection. There's a reasonable amount of protection from. Warlord's Fury could probably get in here. I'm going to include unstable footing. Weaponize the monsters is already in here. We're at 12 red cards, so I need two other cards. I think Earthquake, and I think we could play Earthquake. Is that too much of a pisser? Rat Fireball. I'm trying to avoid X spells that make X creatures. Ooh, Street Spasm. Magnetic Theft. Monstrous Rage is getting added. Yep. Could play Otherworldly Outburst. Could just play Brute Force. I think if I'm adding... Yeah, I'm going to add Brute Force. Because I'm adding... whatchamacallit? Giant Growth. So I need one more, chat. I need one more. No, Thud's in this deck. Yeah, it felt... I felt like I had no other option. I'll put in Release the Gremlins. It's cute. It's fun. Yeah, I'll put in Release the Gremlins. Or we could play Need for Speed. I think this is what I want to do. The creatures that I'm adding are a Crone Crusader, a Blister Spit Gremlin, Bomac Courier, Embereth Veteran, Fervent Champion, Grim Initiate, Harried Spearguard, Reinforced Ronin, Rotisserie Elemental, Scorch Rusalka, Simian Sling, Moorbreak Trumpeter. The non-creature cards I'm adding are Molten Vortex, Brute Force, Burst Lightning, Dynacharge, Lava Dart, Lightning Axe, Lunar Frenzy, Monstrous Rage, Titan Strength, Unstable Footing, Gleeful Demolition, Pillar of Flame, Release the Gremlins, and Warlord's Fury. I think that's what I want to do. Dreadmaw's Ire is in the cube. So is Death Spark. Yeah, there's some heaters in this cube. Don't you worry. Don't you worry your pretty little heart out. Onto green. Also, welcome to the stream. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for joining us. Glad to have you. Good to see you. How you doing? And may I say how you been? Okay. No, don't. Not that. Not that. Not that. Where's my sheet? There's my sheet. Send it back later. I need 21 green creatures. You better start eating, kid. Allosaurus Shepherd, I think, is number 1. It's pretty funny. It's just like a sick mana sink for elves. I have to add Brushwag. All right, tell you what. I'll add Almighty Brushwag. I know I'm adding Rogue Elephant and Scythe Tiger. We have Arbor Elf. I don't have Avacyn's Pilgrim. Maybe I want Birchlore Rangers instead because it's an elf. I love Arboreal Grazer so much. I don't think this is the deck for Arboreal Grazer. Blizzard Brawl. Oh, I'm not there yet. Blizzard Brawl was supposed to be in here. It got cut for the for Bushwhack. But it should be added in here. Chainweb Arachneer is kind of funny. I like Chainweb Arachneer. Contortionist Troop is also kind of hot. Don't have Delighted Halfling because it feels kind of mid. If Hudra were here, I'd put in Death Bonnet Sprout. I got Elves of Deep Shadow. I have Elvish Reclaimer, Elvish Mystic, Elvish Scrapper. Could play like Experiment 1. Could play Flaxen Intruder, 7 mana. Flaxen Intruder is kind of funny. Oh, Generous Visitor could see play here, but it's just like pretty bad, right? Outside it, like Ethereal Armor is a little better. Feral Hydra. Oh, that's the Alara one, right? Any player can put a counter on it. Any player. Greenbelt Rampager is kind of funny. Oh, Granger Guildmage. Yeah, this card's messed up, but I do want to include it in here. ICMC adventures are allowed? Yeah, as long as there's a 1 in the top right corner, or if it's Ancestral Vision. Because that's basically the same thing. Could play Hormigant Horde. Hormigant Horde. There's a 1 mana 1/1 that explores for 3, which is kind of interesting. Don't know what it's called. Ooh, Llanowar Elite. Could play Llanowar Stalker. Magus of the Vineyard was kind of a fun one that I thought about playing. Because it's just like if they're not in green, you got that. Yeah, Hex Drinker's in here. Kessig Prowler is a... No, it's a 4/4 that can't be blocked by more than one creature. Yeah. Scudder Hydra. The Ooze. Thirsty Lion. I have Nettle Sentinel in here. Heritage Druid. Oh, that card doesn't do anything by itself. Old Growth Dryads is actually kind of funny. It's a 1 mana 3/3 and they get another land, but man, all their shit's already 1 mana. Ovia Pashiri might be worth it. Yeah, Ovia Pashiri is kind of cool. Pelt Collector's in here. Queer and Ranger's in here. Scoots is in here. Archer's in here. Seeker of Sunlight. That's the one. Oh, do I have Sky Shroud Elite in here? Sky Shroud Elite should be in here. Sporocyst. It's just a wall. Ollie Raid. Sylvan Safekeeper is kind of interesting. Yeah, we got a lot of cards to put. Already have Twin Blade Slasher. Treetop Scout's kind of interesting. It's just like a really difficult to block 1-drop. Venerated Rot Priest. Oh, I wanted to play Wasteland Viper. Yeah, I think that card's really cool. Wasteland Viper. Wildwood Tracker. Wild Nacatl, but that's a multicolored card. Wildwood Scourge. Whenever another creature gets a 1/1 counter on it, put a counter on it. I guess this can kind of work with like the heroic stuff and the chronometons. Yeah. It's also vanilla, so it's like not that scary. You know? Okay, I need 8 more. Do I need 8 more cards? No, I need 9 more creatures. I think I want to adjust this. I think I want 8 more creatures. I think I want plus 20. So I need 8 more creatures here. Not just because I'm running out of cards, but I think it's just kind of more, you know, there's only so many green creatures that you can get to, and you're like, cool. Now what? I think Avacyn's Pilgrim is likely just going to find a home in here too. I don't have Birds of Paradise, and I don't know how I feel about that. It feels weird to exclude Birds of Paradise, but I kind of like that it's excluded. You know? Like, it's just so good. It's so easy already to play, like, additional colors, and this just makes it, like, the freest thing. Cabaret Initiate. I'm going to say no, but I like where your head's at, because it's a raccoon. Cloakwood Swarmkeeper. Copperhorn Scout. I mean, maybe Death Bonnet Sprout should get in here. Diligent Farmhand. Elvish Herder. It's not bad. Flaxen Intruder. Actually, that Frilled Sandwalla might be fine. Frilled Sandwalla. Because it buffs toughness. I like that. Diregraph Escort, the Soul Bond protection from zombies? Is that the one? Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. How do we feel about Glistener Elf? Glistener Elf's kind of funny. Creates a little mini game. We could play. I mean, asking people about Glistener Elf. I don't have Gazman in here. There's a lot of pump. I don't know if there's maybe enough, but got a lot. Could just play Jiraga Sentinel. Off to bed. I'll be finishing soon. Love you. Oh, we could play Kumena's Speaker. Honored Hierarch is not in here. I don't hate Llanowar Stalker. Mild-mannered Librarian. Thank you, honey. Mild-mannered Librarian. Yeah, Jade Light Spelunker's in here. Mild-mannered Librarian's kind of fun. Do I have a morph yet? Could play Patron of the Wild. This card's not that bad. Better than it looks. It does keep up the trend of 1 morph per color. I like it better than the Kintree Spirit or whatever. I'm gonna add Patron of the Wild. Also, I just really like Patron of the Wild. Secret Girlfriend? Mild-mannered secret girlfriend who's also a wolf. Turn that wolf into a wife, am I right, gamers? I don't know if I'm right. Mild mannered. Now I have to buy a mild mannered librarian. All these Jumpstart 2022 cards. Shockingly hard to come by. Oh, this card's kind of cracked. Village Elder. 1 mana, 1/1, sack a forest, regenerate target creature. Interesting. Interesting. Symbiote doesn't really do anything when you're only at 1 mana value. Oh, Caustic Caterpillar should be in here. I can't believe I skipped on that card. Caustic Caterpillar should 100% be in here. Okay, let's add... We need 2 more cards. I think I'm going to add Death-Bonded Sprout. And... There's another card I saw that I was like, I should add this, but I'll wait. Oh yeah, it's the Explorer card. The 1 mana 1/1 that no, not one Vuli Ooze. Don't think I'm going to be playing Mon Vuli Ooze. The 1 mana 1/1 that explores for 3. I don't think I added it. If anybody knows what it's called, it might I'd speed this up instead of being like, huh? Oh, Gesundheit. Spike Drone. Oh, Seeker of Sunlight, thank you. The more I think about Sylvan Safekeeper, the more I like this. So if I'm adding Sylvan Safekeeper, then maybe I don't want that Frilled Sandwalla. Okay. Adding 20 green creatures. Allosaurus Shepherd, Almighty Brushwag, Avston's Pilgrim, Birchlore Rangers, Caustic Caterpillar, Chainweb Arachneer, Contortionist Troop, Death-Bonnet Sprout, Llanowar Stalker, Mild-Mannered Librarian, Nettle Sentinel, Ovia Pashiri, Patron of the Wild, Rogue Elephant, Scythe Tiger, Seeker of Sunlight, Sky Shroud Elite, Llanowar Safekeeper, Wasteland Viper, and Wildwood Scourge. Which means we are adding some amount of non-creatures. 8 non-creatures. The first one is going to be Giant Growth, and then Blizzard Brawl. And I kind of want to cut Prey Upon. Maybe I should just cut Prey Upon for Blizzard Brawl, and then call it a gimme. Okay. Then what do I want to add? What do I want to add? Oh, Audacity. Giant Growth, Audacity. Shaper's Sanctuary. Chatter of the Squirrel. Did I put Noxious Revival in here? Feels like Noxious Revival could be in here. Rancor's already in here. Don't you worry. Drop of Honey. Oh, Elven Bow is kind of interesting. It's just like a 1 mana equipment, but it comes with an elf if you pay more mana. 3 mana? Yeah, I like Elven Bow. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gelatinous Genesis. Hurricane? Oof. That's a blue card. Could include Hidden Herd. That's kind of, you know. Keen Sense. Legolas's Quick Reflex. Massive Might. I like Massive Might. Mightvold Crosa is kind of hot. Oh, Miri's Guile is an interesting one. Do I have mutagenic growth in here? I don't. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could put in Natural State. We already have Nature's Claim. I think Pest Infestation is just going to be too good. But we could maybe try it. I don't know. I feel like it's going to be too good. Primal Might might be fucked. But I do like Primal Might. Am I including Primal Might, chat? Royal Treatment would be pretty good. Yeah, I like Royal Treatment. And then do I like Primal Might or do I like Tyvar's Stand? Do I like neither? We already have Vastwood Fortification. I could play Utopia Sprawl. Am I just adding Utopia Sprawl? I don't think there's enough Explore for Twist and Turn. This card's really good though, right? Like, it's shockingly good. We could play Thrill of the Hunt, but that would be another. I'm going to write down Thrill of the Hunt. Or maybe no. Strength of the Coalition is more interesting than Thrill of the Hunt. I have Spider Umbra. Right, I do. Tyvar's Stand. We already have Untamed Might. I am a little worried about that being too good. Maybe, oh, excuse me. Maybe that's fine. What if we cut Untamed Might for Tyvar's Stand and then We add, excuse me, my stomach. I promise you I'm not farting into the mic. I'm not some beach that would do that. But my tummy's a grumbling. Yeah, we could play Veil of Summer. I mean, it's nice to have sideboard cards. I don't hate Veil of Summer. Squirrel Sanctuary is already in the cube. That one I was... Yeah, I'll add Veil of Summer. Squirrel Sanctuary is a good one. Alright. So the cards I'm adding are... we covered the creatures. Elven Bow, Audacity, Miri's Guile, Shaper Sanctuary, Giant Growth, Mutagenic Growth, Royal Treatment, and Veil of Summer. That's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. Mulder's dreaming. Mulder's dreaming. Oh, not that. Okay. Which then... of Electric Rats. Which then brings me to 13 new multicolored cards. And right now, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 multicolored cards that we're adding. Multicolored cards. For the sake of this, multicolored includes cards that don't, like, you're not playing Curd Ape's a multicolored card, you know? There's not that many. What am I at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we can add 3 more. I already have a lot of green. So if I can find more multicolored cards in red or blue, that would be ideal. I mean, all these cards are like, you know, hybrid, basically. The Munge. I kind of want... Are we playing the Munge? The Munge feels so fucking bad. So fucking bad. I have the Outburst in there. The Otherworldly Outburst, or whatever it's called. The 1 mana. I guess, oh, and for this, it doesn't matter. I am not paying attention to whether or not they are creatures. The multicolored cards. The multicolored cards, I'm kind of just letting them be goofy. You know? There's not much to choose from, right? You just need 3. Sing a Muse. Hey Ben, it's been a while. Just wanted to say your streams help get me to college. I started streaming in 2018, right? Or really early 2019? Was it really early 2019? Around that time. Magic related question. How many Kasali Pride Mages are too many in a deck? Asking for a friend. There's no such thing. Thank you for the support, but also there's no such thing. You want the Cloud of the Dominus?
Eggs! Eggs!
I don't hate Blister Coil Weird. Blister Coil Weird gives you another kind of prowess card. Yeah, I just rock all of them. Through college, you graduate in the winter. Holy shit. That's wild. It is always wild to me when there are people that are like, hey, from the time I started watching you to now, I completed college, or I've had a child. There are people in chat that are like, yeah, my kid is now, when I had, like, I started watching your stream because I had a kid and I was at home all the time. And it was just something I could put on in the background while, you know, trying to make sure that this baby's not screaming. And now their kid is like in like kindergarten or like preschool, and it's just like, Jesus Christ. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I need 2 more. I added Blister Coil Weird. People are talking about Slitherhead. Slitherhead is cool, but it's bad. It's just like really bad. Seed Cradle Witch is green and white, which I'm trying to avoid. There just might not be anything we can do about it. Footlight Fiend should probably be in here. I actually just think it's nice to have one of these kind of cards kicking it. It also gives us another black and red card. So one more. I already have Timely Interference. Is there somebody who... I'm trying to word this so it doesn't sound like a drill tweet. Does anybody know the syntax for a card that has a cost in its color, that has a color identity in its text box that is not in its casting cost? You know what I'm talking about? Is it just CI equals multicolor? Ooh, thank you. Holy shit, there's so many. I mean, I've already looked at a majority of them, but it's good to get them all in this kind of place. Warden of the First Tree? Oh yeah, Warden of the First Tree is already in here. Did you change your name, Angel? Or am I losing my mind? Is Deadly Allure cool enough? It's kind of a cool card. Viashino Branch Rider. Different person. Oh, that makes sense. Ew. Beckon Apparition's not that bad. That gives another piece of graveyard hate, and it makes a token. Tired of getting questions about AI that I definitely don't support. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Eggs. Ooh, Zabaz. I don't think I'm playing Zabaz. These eggs don't count, unfortunately. I could play Niv Magus Elemental. We don't have any Storm in the cube right now. Niv Magus Elemental works well with like Ground Rift. That's basically it. I mean, we could just play... Do I really want to play Cloud of the Dominus? It's like, I can add a card that will not see play, like Cloud of the Dominus. Or I could add a card that will see play, but it tends to weigh a bit heavier on the split. Excuse me, on the color split. Oh fuck, Runic Shot. Okay, actually, we got this. Runic Shot is in the cube already. So Runic Shot means that we don't need another multicolored card. We just need another white card. So we need another, what we actually need is another white. Who wants to give me a white removal spell on one? I could play, we have Chained to the Rocks as one. Elusive Otter is, yeah, multicard. Oust. Did I put Condemn in here? Condemn's already in here. Oust. Oust just puts it on top, right? That's a little tricky when you're not like paying any mana to cast the spell. Is my thought. Gaze of Justice seems so expensive. I don't have On Thin Ice. We could play On Thin Ice. I'm not adding these alchemy cards. This is such a sick roast because I'm not adding these alchemy cards, and then you get to play the like, oh, so you hate alchemy? I could play Laydown Arms. It exiles any creature, but only if you have actual planes instead of like a dual land, and they gain 3 life. And it's sorcery. Yeah, Laydown Arms is actually kind of interesting. There's some play to Laydown Arms. So I add that, and then we put Runic Shot over here. So now that means that we are on. Isolate is not in the cube. 13 new cards, so that would be 1, 2. Okay, great. So this means that we're adding Chain to the Rocks, Pixie Illusionist, Rona's Vortex, Timely Interference, Shadow Guildmage, Orcish Lumberjack, Illuminate, Granger Guildmage, Wild Nacatl, Strength of the Coalition, Blister Coil Weird, Footlight Fiend, and Runic Shot as our multicolored cards. Sick. Vortex, Timely Interference, Shadow Guildmage, Orcish Lumberjack, Illuminate, Granger Guildmage, Wild Nacatl, Strength of the Coalition, Blister Coil Weird. What? Oh, I said Blister. Blist Coil. Blister Coil Weird, Footlight Fiend, Runic Shot. Great. Great. All right. And then finally, we're on to Colorless. I am going to add 3 colorless creatures. No, we have lands too. Well, lands will be pretty easy because we just add cycles. 3 colorless creatures. I think I already had some in mind, but I forget exactly which ones. Colorless. Fuck. Shit, Blister Pod. Blister Pod might have actually been a cool inclusion for green. Fuck. Okay, I gotta change one of these green 1-drops into Blister Pod. I don't really want to buy a mild-mannered librarian. Blister Pod. Oh no, it's fine. I know which ones I'm adding. It's more just like I need to see them in front of me to be like, oh yeah, this one. Like Haywire Might should maybe be in here too. Shit. Our collective life. I wanted to add Icehide Golem. I know it's a 1-mana 2/2 with like no downs, with air quotes no downside, except obviously being an artifact creature makes it more vulnerable to plenty of removal, and you can only cast it off basic lands, which I kind of like. I'm not going to add any snow duels, so I kind of like that. Then I want to add Signal Pest. Signal Pest is kind of a funny go wide card. And then the last one, I was stuck between Universal Automaton, Spectrum Sentinel, and it wasn't Steel Wall, right? Lightning Core Excavator is another one. This one's kind of funny. Iron Apprentice is pretty interesting too. Oh, I could play Drillworks Mole. This is another Chronometon, although it's more expensive. No, Stifle's not in the cube. Signal Pest, Ice Hide Golem. I think I wanted Steel Wall. Or Spectrum Sentinel just like doesn't actually do that much. I think it's Steel Wall. Steel Wall does nothing, but you know, does powerful nothing. Or it could be Thraven Gargoyle. This is kind of funny. It's just like a road bump that late game you could just have it be a 4/2 flyer. Steel Wall is just kind of nice. It just holds the fort. I'm gonna go with Steel Wall because I got a soft spot for Steel Wall. And then I'll do this. So Ice Side Golem, Signal Pest, Steel Wall, and then I'm adding 12 non-creatures. Aether Vial's not getting in here. I saw it mentioned. Aether Vial's not getting in here. Animation Module, however, is one that I kind of liked. It's a little... needs something extra. Arkham's Astrolabe might be... Astrolabe might be too good. Astrolabe might be too good. Which sounds wild. But it might be too good. If I added... Arrow Blade... Arrow Blade and... we could add Currency Converter. I think Currency Converter might be too good. Avacyn's Collar. Avacyn's Collar is interesting. Especially because we've added more humans. And Vigilance is kind of nice. Yeah, I like Avacyn's Collar. It's also the symbol of her church. Avacyn's Collar. I liked Elixir of Immortality. Did I actually add it to this? Can't remember if I added it or wanted to see. Yeah, I did add it because I wanted to see how good Mill was going to be. Dino DNA. Yeah, we could play Dino DNA. Dino DNA is very funny, by the way. Oh, I think I'm not going to include Helm of the Gods just based off of principle. I think that card's poop soup. Honored Kopesh. Oh, it's Honed Kopesh. I have the OG Leonin Scimitar. Is Mana Vault really funny? I think Mana Vault might be very funny. I have Hot Soup in here already. Oh, Meekstone's kind of funny. Just like doesn't do anything. Neglected Heirloom. Am I just including every Leonin Scimitar? Is this just weak cube design if I do this? Could play Shriekhorn. Oh. Pezzerid's Gatebreaker. Luxiorgiana's gift. Somebody, oh, this was so funny. Somebody at the end of the stream, that time I did fart. I'll own up to it. I'll be a grown up. Somebody at the end of the stream, as we were closing up, was just like, no slagworm armor? Like, they just could not believe slagworm armor was not in the cube. I was just like, yeah, I guess so. Swashbuckler's whip. I don't think the Millennium Calendar. Should we put in the Millennium Calendar? Okay, but then I have to buy one. This card does kill people pretty quickly. A lot quicker than you think. Voyager Staff is an interesting one. I like Voyager Staff. Consulate Dreadnought. I don't know about all that. Chromatic Star and Chromatic Sphere, if they're not already in here, should probably be in here. They are not. Let's get a little eggs. I had eggs for the first time today, and God knows how long. I bought eggs. Kiefer's like, you should buy some eggs. Because there was a thing, a thing that we would make pretty often when he was eating, when he wasn't vegan, I guess, was like eggs in purgatory with fresh baked bread. And it was just like on a cold, like on a wintry day. It was just such a nice, like easy and warm. And oh, it was so quick and cheap, and it was great. No, we could play Asmo. Actually, we can play Asmo. Asmo might be a little too hard to get going, though. Yeah. Asmo counts. It's more just like, will we be able to get Asmo going? And also, like, the cards that reference each other are a little tough, especially because this is the extended cube. And so some of them might not be in the same draft, and that's just kind of awkward. I only need 2 more cards, and then we're good. Campfire. Is Currency Converter going to be too good? You think it's going to be too good? I think it might be. I think I'm okay including it, because you just might not have the Curse Scroll in the same draft as the Currency Converter, that sort of thing. Excuse me. And then could play Ivory Tower. Blackstaff is in here, yeah. Oh, I wanted one more Graveyard 8 piece. We could just play Relic of Progenitus. Or I think I like Lantern of the Lost the most, actually. Not just because it's in front of me, but because it's a, like, it feels less of a big fuck you. Like, I don't want Relic of Progenitus or Scrabbling Claws or whatever. I think I would rather just have, like, a Soul Guide Lantern, or maybe Soul Guide's just better. Yeah, Soul Guide is likely better. And then that's it. We're adding Avacyn's Collar, Barrow Blade, Chromatic Sphere, Chromatic Star, Currency Converter, Dino DNA, Owned Kopesh, Neglected Heirloom, Short Sword, Soul Guide Lantern, Millennium Calendar, Voyager Staff, Ice Hide Golem, Signal Pest, and Steel Wall. Definitely not the strongest collection of cards, but obviously being colorless makes them a little more flexible and easier to include. And then I need 17 lands. I think I know that I want 3 cycles of duels plus Mutavault Mishra's Factory. Mutavault. But what duels do I want? If I'm adding fetches, or I could add fetches, and then I know I said it's nice that Ice Hide Golem doesn't tap for it. But like you could do the snow duels. I don't know. What do I want to look at? Do I want to search just non-basic lands? That's the set. That's the set. Lands, please. Can I search non-basic in here? Type land. Oh, it just... Okay. Do slow fetches? Well, slow fetches are kind of boring. I like, if I'm doing normal fetches, the only fetchable duels come into play tapped. I think that's cool. So we could do Mishra's Factory, Mutavault, and then the 10 fetches. And then another cycle of dual lands that gets... We could just do the cycling lands, actually. That's probably... We just do the Amonkhet cycling lands. Yeah. I think this is pretty easy. Arid Mesa, Marsh Flats, Scalding Tarn, Misty Rainforest, Verdant Catacombs. Flooded Strand, Polluted Delta, Bloodstained Mire, Wooded Foothills, Windswept Heath. And then what are the lands again? Bedded Pools, Irrigated Farmland, Canyon Slough, Scattered Groves, and Sheltered Thicket. Great. Okay. Easy peasy. So if I did this right, as I type that in, and I select all these cards, and I go load deck from clipboard, this should give us 180 cards. 177? You've got to be fucked. Wait, what? 177. Where did I mess up my math along the way? $27. Where did I mess up the math along the way? Or like, what did I skip out on? I must have... whatever, it's cube. I'll figure it out. We'll figure out the final 3 cards. The Urza lands? I don't think the final cards aren't going to be Urza lands. Although, that's very funny. I do like the idea of drafting Urza lands to this. And then I want to add... I gotta tell you, I think I want to figure this out tomorrow, because I am not moving fast, and it's my bedtime. I'm gonna figure out the last 3 cards tomorrow, and or overnight. I'm gonna try to figure out where I went wrong. And yeah, we did it, chat. I did. It's very funny that I thought I would have time, the audacity, thinking I would have time to be able to do this, and then create a whole nother cube. Maybe I'll save that for sometime later in the week, because I would like to put together the 6-drop cube. But yeah, cool. I've got it updated in the sideboard of this, and I'll make a cube Cobra thing later. But you can find the deck there. That link there. Yeah. Thanks for tuning into my bonus stream, my not scheduled bonus stream. As far as regular programming goes, I'm going to be streaming again tomorrow morning. Just playing Gladiator, I think. And then we are going to be playing Let's Nope, we're playing Lethal Company. Yeah. Got Lethal Company in the evening with Let's Nope. This might be the final Lethal Company that we're doing, and we got something special planned. Yeah. I don't even know who's up. TQ's up. Everybody go say hi to TQ. Be very polite. Have a nice cozy time. True coziness incoming. I don't know what I did to my hair. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning into this. I'll see you tomorrow for a more proper programming. Okay, bye. Have a good one.